Dad, thanks for dinner.
I had a great time. It was really top drawer. Here's something, Rich. 13 bathrooms in this place. I threw up in the coat closet. Ta-ta!
She's sweat, wet, got it going like a turbo vet.
So, fellas.
Yeah.
Fellas.
Yeah.
Has your girlfriend got the butt?
Hell yeah.
So shake it.
Shake it.
Shake it.
Shake it.
Shake that nasty butt.
Baby got back.
One more time from the top. I like big butts and I cannot lie. You are the brother.
Rachel, please, that is so inappropriate.
Radox Nourish Cream. Lift your mood with Radox and friends.
Things were going fine until Tom Cruise stepped into his taxi. Jamie Foxx has a tough night ahead. Collateral next on Channel 4. Here on E4, single, settled, gay, straight. There's a 4-wow yum for everyone with the 100 greatest sex symbols.
At your local cooperative, we want to make healthy eating a little bit more colourful. That's why every week you'll find at least 5 different fruit and veg on offer, making it easier than ever to get your 5 a day. This week, our selected Big 5 are all half price. Prepare to find a great deal locally. The Cooperative, good with food.
Well, she got her daddy's car and she cruised to the hamburger stand now. And she'll have fun, fun, fun till her daddy takes the TV away. Fun, fun, till her daddy takes the TV. A lot of guys try to catch her, but she leads them on a wild goose chase now. And she'll have fun, fun, fun till her daddy takes the TV away. Fun, fun.
Ladbrokesbingo.com. Go bingo! Spend £10, get £20 free.
What are you doing for Valentine's?
Dinner or the pictures?
We're not going to do anything.
We've got to do something.
You'll have a Valentine's Day with a bit of luck.
Hey Alex, do you remember this, you stud? Dr. Dorian's Book of Lovemaking.
Right, well, I think we've seen enough of that, probably.
No, we haven't.
No, we haven't.
She's a gay girl, Alex.
Oh, God.
You and me and our sex book game.
Done something bad. Something I promised myself I'd never do again.
But I'm really thinking this is one to have a manly chat with Alex about. Or maybe the police.
I've fallen in love.
I thought this was going to happen. I don't think he's ready for dating. Alex, you're not ready for dating.
Free Agents continues Friday at 10 on 4. And if you missed the last episode, watch it online at channel4.com.
Is this Billy's funeral? Is that the corpse of Billy Newwood?
How the blinking heck do you get over the death of your bestest man chum?
You don't want to play on the big river, boys.
Make like Ray chuffing Mears and go into a ruddy great wood, that's how.
We could really die out here.
Kick back with some treetop toddy.
I'm all natural.
Hang out with beardy weirdo Burt Reynolds.
If you're gonna kill us, just do it already, okay? I'm sick of waiting to die.
And make a new pal with nature. Has anyone noticed how short this bloke is? Without a paddle. Sunday at 9 on E4.
The show must go on. Curtains up Monday night. It's brand new 90210 at 10. Now make yourself very comfortable with strong language and scenes of a sexual nature. It's the 100 greatest sex symbols.
Welcome to the 100 greatest sex symbols. On tonight's show, prepare to be tempted, teased and titillated by the sexiest selection of human perfection.
The definition of a sex symbol is a very lucky woman. It's someone that men just want to I think men tend to lead more towards the sexual attraction, whereas women might look more towards the emotional attraction.
To me, there's a big difference between sex and lust. And somebody you want to screw is not a sex symbol. That's just like a quickie. To me, a sex symbol is someone who endures. George Clooney is sexy. Monroe was sexy.
They have to have a twinkle in the eye, and you have to know they have a sense of humor, and you have to feel they're a bit wicked.
The ultimate sex symbol has to be a kind of fantasy type figure. What you see on the screen is about artifice, it's about fantasy. It has nothing to do with real life.
To be a sex symbol is something that you can never, ever carry on and live up to.
As well as teenage heartthrobs and saucy sexpots, we'll be covering the hottest pin-ups of sport, TV and film, with some mouth-watering surprises too.
It's not necessarily about the way you look, it's talent, character, personality, and presence.
I think most British men find a kind of Mediterranean beauty incredibly sexy, but we're scared to death of it. I think what we like is a nice, honest girl with big tits. And, you know, Abby Titmus, perfect.
My favourite sex symbol of all time, without a doubt, has to be Marilyn Monroe. It is the ultimate sex bomb.
There was something in James Dean's eyes that did it for me.
Thierry Henry has this big lips, you just want to snog him.
For me, growing up would probably be Blondie. And that, to me, is sexy.
The man in me would go for the sort of earthy, raw appeal of the young Brigitte Bardot. But I think the rest of me would actually want to go for Madonna.
Who doesn't like Pamela Anderson? You know, I mean, she's a beautiful lady. She really is.
I really loved Elvis.
His hips, the way, I can't even do it, I have too much Botox in my mouth. The way he'd curl his lip, so sexy.
Probably the most magnetic screen actor I've ever seen in my life was Marlon Brando.
Oof, I'm just getting hot thinking about him.
Digging in at 100, an earthy heartthrob who's willing to try nearly anything in the garden.
Two things I'll never try. Morris dancing and buggery.
It's no surprise that Alan Titchmarsh is a sex symbol, because it's about two things: fertility and growth.
Hey!
I find it very strange. He's a nice guy, but he doesn't say sexy. Does he?
Well, he obviously does to somebody, doesn't it?
I'm holding Alan Titchmarsh.
I've never been kissed by a man before.
Whenever you watch Alan, there's always a slight innuendo in what he says, and there's a slight schoolboy glint in his eye.
I reckon with a following wind and plenty of pressure from my bicep, I could probably get it in up to there.
He's also a novelist, and he's written some fairly colourful books with some real sexual chemistry.
Yeah, there could be as well the fact that he's, you know, a romantic novelist now, you know.
Yeah.
Bit Mills and Boomie.
Women watching him doing his kind of gardening shows know that he's in charge of how their kind of outdoor area could look, but he would also know how their indoor zones would like to be treated, and there's something completely approachable about him.
Well, there was a lady here yesterday who said she had plenty of stone in the back garden and we could have some of that, if we want it, in the next village.
In return for sexual favours? All the women from 20 to 120, they want to get jiggy with him.
I'll have you know, I'm the second sexiest man on television after George Clooney.
But he's real, he's approachable, he's good with his hands, and he knows how to trim a woman's bush.
Next, the skinny nerd who put chic into geek and became the heartthrob of the OC.
Adam Brody, aka Seth from the OC, I find incredibly sexy because he's geeky.
And yet, for a geek, he sure gets his hands on a lot of women.
Hey, what's going on?
Adam Brody's definitely got one of the geekiest looks on telly right now. He's got that ridiculous kind of curly hair and the big Pringle golf jumpers. But you know what? You watch him and you just want to go up and ruffle his hair. Aren't you cute? And that's got to do it. It's bizarre, but I think the geeky look actually helps him become sexy.
He has a rather nice bottom lip. Because there's quite good close-ups there of him snogging the ladies, and you notice he's just got this lovely protruding lip that's rather kissable. And he looks like he's quite an expert in the kissing area.
Like the classic nerd, Adam Brody's character on The O.C. is known for his witty lines and his sense of humor. He's always got like a quick bon mot to throw out there, like witty remark, which people love. I mean, people, you know, he's funny. He's not only is he sexy, but he's funny.
Anna, why, hello there.
Where you been?
No, Ryan just asked me to feed his sea monkeys while he was away.
Ryan has sea monkeys? I love those things.
Yeah, but you know what, though? You can't see them because they're dead.
Oh.
Yeah, suicide. You know how hard the holidays can be, so...
I mean, that's what it is. He makes them laugh, and that's what makes him attractive.
I don't think that Seth was meant to be the one that everyone fancied, but because he's so lovable and so likeable, he has become the sex symbol.
I think it's fair to say that Adam Brody gives hope to all of the geeky guys around the world that, you know, sort of dorky-looking dudes are going to eventually get laid. I hope.
At 98, it's the sexiest teen of all time.
There's something very dangerous to me about what makes Brooke Shields hot. And that's because what made her so sensual was how early on she became sensual.
Brooke had the face of kind of a young adult and also a very innocent look to her.
A virgin, bona fide.
How old is she?
Do you want to put me in jail? She's just old enough.
Brooke started modeling when she was in diapers. I mean, this poor girl was pulled out all the time to make money for the family. And her mother was her manager and just pushed her. But I don't think Brooke really liked doing the nudity. And when she was really young, about 13, she made Pretty Baby, and she did nudity in that film. And I think she always regretted it.
Pretty Baby for Louis Malle, she's playing essentially an 11, 12-year-old child prostitute.
What am I bid, gentlemen?
Don't we get a look before we buy?
Kids, you can look all you want. Just don't break the merchandise.
When you start sexualizing a kid, it's wrong. And I think the argument remains, did Brooke Shields get screwed over by her family for being allowed to be sexualized so early on? Because you know what? Those Calvin commercials are hot, but she's a kid talking about nothing comes between her and her Calvins.
You want to know what comes between me and my Calvins? Nothing.
Calvin Klein jeans. I'm assuming that when Blue Lagoon came out, that Brooke Shields was being watched by the older raincoat crowd, as well as the 13 and 14-year-old boys who were fantasizing being as blonde as her boyfriend and as lucky as he was to be in a lagoon with her. She was an unbelievably beautiful young girl.
Kiss me.
You're all sticky.
In the Blue Lagoon, she hinted at some nudity, but you really don't see anything there. It's very shadowed and covered up by hair. You kind of know that she wasn't totally comfortable with it, because when she got into her later 20s or 30s, she really went towards comedy. And I think that was a wise move for her, because you're never going to be a great sex symbol unless you like a sexual image. That's why Brooke is who she is today.
Forget HRT, our next sex symbol drives the middle-aged and menopausal women wild.
Does he still shut his eyes when he kisses you, Judy? That's
I can't remember.
A sure sign of what? Well, the romance is still there. Let's have a go.
Or she can't.
Go on.
She can't bear.
I think Richard Madeley, to a woman of a certain age, as they've been having kids, have been watching Richard Madeley day in, day out, and finding him strangely attractive, I think, just through that process of familiarity. Richard is that kind of catalogue model, good looking. You know, he's always nicely turned out in a suit or in a casual shirt with the buttons open, you know, and he always sort of looks just so, and I think that appeals to a lot of women.
These are Richard Madeley's shoes, can I tell you? Can I say something, folks? He's got very big feet.
I read an article the other day that said there's absolutely no correlation between that.
No?
No.
Well, you should know, Judy.
Should we go now?
A lot of people are always asking me what's Richard like in real life, and that's something that I would probably say is surprisingly attractive. Yes, women like him because he talks like a woman. He talks a lot, and I think women like that.
There is a list out there. It's called the, I've got it written down, where is it? Yeah, Best Celebrity Real Breasts 2005. Okay. Kelly, you're top. But guess who's number 8? And there are
Is it Judy?
It's Judy.
Judy should be
Judy's
definitely
number 8
in
in
the top
Best Celebrity
5.
Real Breast. So, Judy, would you care to...
No!
I think Richard is incredibly, comfortable sexually. I think there's not too much that you could embarrass him with. And I think there's something sexy about that. A man who can talk about sex, he's incredibly in touch with his female side, and I think that's sexy.
Next up, a man who proved not all Swedes are turnips. New balls, please.
Bjorn Borg was the first rock and roll star of tennis.
Bjorn Borg, I can remember watching Bjorn Borg at Wimbledon, and I must confess, I got a real schoolgirl crush on him at the time. He was by far the best looking tennis player on the circuit.
Never before had Wimbledon seen people running, little girls running with their high heels and their little 70s skirts, running right across the court. The stewards and the wardens were completely overwhelmed by the reaction. He's just sex on legs for so many women that watched him. And, even confident men could see that this was an attractive man.
It was a very tight gear, so you got to see his body, which I suppose the ladies like.
I've got to let you into a secret. I have showered with Bjorn Borg. It was stunning, and I'm not ashamed to say that his body was perfect for sport.
The thing that he did, which annoyed me, but I'm sure the ladies loved it, was he used to blow on his fingers non-stop all the time. I've tried that a few times in bars, but it doesn't work.
And then, of course, winning is sexy too. And don't forget, he won 11 Grand Slam championships. His tennis record was unbelievable.
But I imagine he was fantastic in bed. I don't know. He was in bed blowing his fingers.
At 95, the woman with the most famous legs on TV.
Just a good old boy, never meaning no harm. Beats all you never
Boss, you've been against me from the beginning now. It just ain't fair.
Well, look, you're out of uniform. You're supposed to be wearing a swimsuit.
What do you think this is?
Imagine the ideal man now, sexy, sultry, and able to whisk any woman into a froth in the kitchen or the bedroom.
Jean-Christophe is on your list because he makes women swoon. He has the ability, I've never seen so many women fall apart at the seams around him.
I love your work. I think you're an incredible man. I think you're a total genius.
He's the epitome of a French man. A bit moody, pretty handsome, dark looking, and knows how to cook. I guess that's the secret.
Food, cooking, eating, dealing with, produce is exactly the same way as being sexually involved.
He likes to create, drama and theatre. And his kitchen is about drama and theatre.
Get out from the kitchen. Get out from here now.
In Hell's Kitchen, that was part of his sex appeal. That Gallic passion, losing his temper.
Yes, he is hot-tempered. Definitely hot-tempered. I think he was dropped as a kid.
Get the quickly before.
If I end up looking like I have a bit of a temper, I'm sorry, I don't.
Yeah, he's a caveman. Instead of going out and getting the food, he brings it in and cooks it.
Speak to me, please sit down, relax, and tell me what the is going on inside you. I'm listening. Abby did confuse me at first because she had a crush on me, apparently.
I was never completely in love with this man. There is a difference. I thought he was very attractive.
What can I do to help you?
All right, you can believe in me. Just tell me I'm doing a good job.
She was a nightmare.
Any woman that is in love with him or wants to be with him should bear that in mind, that he's always got lots and lots of women around him.
But you can only sleep with one woman in one go.
After the break, is a whole host of treats to put a real smile on your face.
Hey, I'm Jenny McCarthy, and you're watching 100 Greatest Sex Symbols.
You know girls in Beverly Hills, they like expensive stuff and expensive places.
Yes, they do.
Ooh, money, money, your money, honey, give me that De Niro.
Some say that money is the root of all evil.
Okay.
So when you live in one of the wealthiest postcodes in the world,
I'm feeling no room. Ooh, yeah.
you can expect there to be trouble.
I can't take this anymore. Oh, get out.
Ooh. Yeah, way too much drama.
I hate this.
Brand new 90210, Monday at 9 on E4. And if you miss it, you can catch up Sunday at 6.
Sexually transmitted infections spreading fast. And you can't always tell who's got one. So use a condom.
New Glade Sense and Spray is very clever. It has a motion sensor, which means it'll only go off when it senses movement. To give a burst of fresh Glade fragrance only when you need it. But it's not wasteful because it won't go off again for another 30 minutes. Unless, of course, you press the boost button. The very clever Sense and Spray from Glade, SC Johnson & Family Company.
Monkey, you know what you always say? There's no other team to beat PG.
Yes?
Well, if you're lying. Like when you said there was an angry owl in the biscuit cupboard.
OK, Topster, pay attention. PG Tips uses pyramid bags, so if we test one against a round tea bag...
And a digger.
Yes, and a digger. You'll see the tea's got more room to move, freeing the taste for a perfect cuppa.
Ta very much.
Hey!
The student has become the master.
Once in your life, you get the chance to follow your heart.
We have a new member of the team, Whitney.
I'm going to be your personal tour guide.
Oh, I like it.
But in this city, nothing's what it seems.
His best friend is seeing Jay. Oh my God.
This isn't gossip.
It's definitely not me spending the night with someone.
This is real.
I just don't know who to trust.
Will she make it big? The City, coming soon on MTV1.
Volume and healthy-looking body perfectly demonstrated by Mylene Class.
And Pantene.
The Volume and Body Hair Care Collection.
Ha! Today's the day.
Eh? Carlo, today's the day. Hey, Sophia, today is the day.
Today's the day! No, get up.
Hey, Carlo, what are you up to tomorrow? Tomorrow? But Papa, today is the day.
When say you're the mio day?
Yummy cheese for good fun. Dairy Lee. It's never grown up.
Are you having an affair?
Your son died in this yard?
The final series of ER, followed by Brothers and Sisters, Thursday from 9 on More 4.
Welcome back to the 100 Greatest Sex Symbols.
Keep looking at me.
If he's good enough for Britney and Cameron, then he's good enough for us.
Right?
Justin Timberlake is a really sexual being.
Feel good, right?
He's not an incredible threat to other men because he's not like a male model. He's a wiry bloke in his early 20s. But the important thing is he's got a sexual resonance to which people can attach themselves. Women fancy him.
The way that Justin moves just makes you think, just get me lying down with him and I'll be happy forever. Any man who can dance like that has got to be an amazing lover.
When Justin Timberlake spun out of NSYNC, people didn't think of him as a sexy guy. You know, he was just one of the guys, but he wasn't the lead guy by any stretch of the imagination. So his management must have got a hold of him and told him, smarten up the look.
There he is, going out with Britney, going solo, and the most amazing transformation. He suddenly became a sex symbol. How he did it, I don't know, but if it's bottled, sell it.
She's got a beautiful face, great legs, and I believe she may also have enormous breasts.
She just exploded onto the catwalk. This gorgeous Brazilian, curvy, fantastic boobs. Instead of sort of, you know, ironing boards with legs, they had this amazing curvaceous sex bomb. Her relationship or on-off relationship with Leonardo DiCaprio, I think, has obviously helped keep her in the limelight. But she is intelligent, and she's very, very healthy and fit. I think that's also part of her sex appeal.
Heat magazine have run several times a secret crush poll where readers have been asked to nominate the people that they secretly fancy. Kirsty and Phil come way up on those polls.
I like this house.
Well, why?
Because it's big.
Your size matters. I always tell Phil this. He says that girls have always told him that size doesn't matter.
Kirsty, you are so dead.
With a secret crush, it's all about discovering them for yourself, and they mean more to you because you've discovered them and you feel like you're the only person that really fancies them. They both look quite ordinary. And there is that idea of, well, you know, they could be my boyfriend, they could be my girlfriend. There's something about Kirsty's kind of, you know, strict 1950s school mom type character.
Have you ever been in a hot tub?
No, and I never intend to go in one. Nothing would induce me.
And Phil's really laid back, you know, sort of, I know everything about property, you can really trust me, but I'm also a very soft, gentle guy. There was just something about the combination and chemistry between the two of them.
Been there, done that, bought the T-shirt.
Phil, you know, he takes care of his appearance. You can tell he goes to the gym. It's really interesting when you saw Phil quite recently in a hot tub scene. And he was totally playing to the camera. But then I love the fact that he's not so into it, that he hadn't thought to kind of pluck his chest hair too much before he did that shot, because it was in a very weird bosom shape.
Cheers to hot tubbing in the rain, eh?
Certainly. Kirsty is very womanly. She's very motherly. She's got curves. She's got an extremely warm personality. And I think for a lot of men, there is that fantasy that she is the perfect wife.
Your fellow female kind will throw you in the river.
Yeah, they might have the nerve to do it. You certainly wouldn't.
Do you think so?
Yeah, I know so.
Next, an Irishman with a lot of cheek.
I've got you under my skin.
I think Jimmy's sexy in Coffee because I think you really feel he loves Rachel. I think you really believe it. And I think that's very sexy in a man. I think he's in touch with his emotions. He's not afraid to show it.
I'd sacrifice anything, come what might, for the sake of having you near, in spite of the warning voice.
I'm gonna put a stop to this once and for all.
Oh, Simon, no!
Don't you know, little fool, you never can win.
Those roses, they're very thorny. And you have to have a trained professional if they're going to stick a brose up their arse. You know, you can't just ask anybody to do it.
But each time I do, just the thought of you makes me stop. Oops.
Once upon a time, there were 3 little girls who went to the police academy, but only one of them made it onto our list. Here's Miss Farrah Fawcett.
I used to love Farrah Fawcett. She was just gorgeous.
That's all I can remember of Charlie's Angels. Farrah Fawcett Majors and 2 others.
Farrah made it more so than the other 2 because she's sexier. Farrah was the sex symbol of the 3 women.
She was the one that had the blonde haircut that every woman in the world had.
What I feel really launched Farrah was, of course, the poster that became probably the most famous poster ever put out by an actress.
You know what it was is that I always thought that she was looking at me. You know, it was a great photo that it seemed like she cared about me and that, you know, and she liked me. And I do remember the nipples. Yeah, the nipples were hanging out.
That poster has sold more than any other poster of all time. It's still a major seller if you look at how times have changed and population growth.
She disappeared after Charlie's Angels, went off the celebrity radar for quite a few years, and then chose to come back. A bit risky to do it on the cover of Playboy.
She was absolutely stunning. Like, her body is just gorgeous.
The Playboy cover, Farrah's in a very predatory position, looks very in control, but as we saw in the film, a very different story going on behind the scenes.
Farrah took off her clothes and put paint all over herself and shoved herself against a canvas and made a painting. I mean, it's like, it's genius, right? But it's also a little strange because people just thought she'd gone bonkers.
Amazing.
Relax, 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 relax. Beautiful. Give me film and Polaroid.
Farrah looks fantastic for her age in that video, there's no doubt in that. But the giveaway signs are, there's certain positions she gets into and you think your BAPS should not be doing that in that position. She's definitely had some help from the surgeon's knife.
I do not believe Farrah Fawcett is a sex symbol today, but I think the image of Farrah Fawcett and the poster will live for eternity.
Next, living proof that being a sex symbol is all in the genes. At number 88, it's Enrique's dad, Julio Iglesias.
Julio Iglesias was as big an international star as it's possible to be. I mean, in Latin American countries, he was the man. He was dominant. And this dominance didn't just last for a couple of years or during the begin moment. It started in the early 70s. And as we went into the year 2000, he was still huge.
Julio Iglesias is one of the best examples of career reinvention of all time. You know he was playing for Real Madrid, and then you know he had a serious car crash and he couldn't play anymore. So he sings. And he decides to go the suave route.
The music is all about appealing to the feminine in a woman. It's about appealing to her as an object of desire. People like Iglesias really try and make women, in their own way, feel good within themselves in their femininity. And so when you're around these people, they open doors, they light cigarettes, they pour drinks, they talk to you as if there's no one else in the room, and I think women need that. At the end of the day, these guys are completely women-orientated. It's very Latin. And that makes them sexy.
It just proved that in every country in the Western world, there is a market for a gent.
You had plenty money, 1922. You let other women make a fool of you.
Very rarely do you find yourself lusting after a drawing. And when you do, you think, is this right?
like some other man.
No, I'm not embarrassed to say, you know, I properly fancy Jessica Rabbit.
Jessica Rabbit has got impossible curves, beautiful hair, killer boobs. But fellas, she's a cartoon.
Now if you had prepared.
Men are sick, honestly, fancying a cartoon character. But I know so many men that say Jessica Rabbit is sexy. What's wrong with you?
Get out of here and get me some money too.
You can look at Jessica Rabbit, and at least she's consistent in her drawings. And you look at someone like Barbara Hershey or Melanie Griffith, and their drawings change from picture to picture. It's like the lips are different, you know, the boobs are different. At least Jessica is the same.
Why don't you do right like some other man?
Some like it hot, and in his heyday, there was no one hotter than Tony Curtis.
Tony Curtis, at the height of his fame, was the dangerous blue-collar boy that your parents wouldn't let you go out with. He was charming and great-looking and bad. And there was something very sexy about that.
Tony Curtis was beautiful. He did marry the most wholesome girl in America eventually, and that was Janet Leigh.
They were a power couple. They were Posh and Becks. You know, they were on the cover of, you know, the celebrity magazines, the equivalent of OK and Heat back then.
He had the class, and he had the looks, and he was debonair, and I think he really was a great leading man in the 50s and the 60s.
Look, I came over here to learn the triple, and I'm gonna learn it.
And do you think I'd interfere with that?
Mike thinks so. We gotta think alike. Neither one of us is good without the other.
Aside from being a romantic lead on screen, Tony had no problems off screen either.
Tony Curtis was one of the first actors I went to bed with. He was working on a movie called Spartacus, and I was working on The Private Lives of Adam and Eve. He was always prancing around this loincloth, you know. He came around during lunch hour, and so I invited him in, and as professional actors, one thing led to another, and we found ourselves in bed. He took the loincloth off, and lo and behold, there it was. And it was very nice, very, very nice. He's well endowed and very, very nice, very good lovemaker. Elvis Presley loved Tony Curtis. In fact, he asked me what it was like working with Tony because he copied his hair from Tony, and he saw all of Tony Curtis's movies.
He's one of the few remaining kind of real legends. He's still got an obscenely young wife, and he's famous for saying later that, you know, when asked what kept him young, he said the saliva of woman. And he's still wearing that quiff, even if it's kind of glued to his head these days.
To reverse an old proverb, after the calm comes the storm, and taking us by storm was Diana Dors.
Diana Dors is one of those ultimate sex symbols. I hope that Diana Dors will be remembered forever.
Diana Dors became a star at a very young age and then became our highest, most glamorous movie star in the 50s. She was one of the rank starlets. She had a look between Marilyn Monroe and Jane Mansfield. She was very curvaceous, very voluptuous, bleached white blonde hair.
It says a lot about the British that our version of Marilyn Monroe was Diana Dors, who's just so much more cartoonish and carry-on and enormous-breasted. She's just coarser, really.
Not much action around here tonight. Begins to look like we eat at home. Begins to look like we eat at home the whole weekend. Yeah, something's arriving.
She sadly had a string of men that basically used to rip her off, so she never had the Hollywood career that she perhaps should have deserved had she gone there at the right time. So she had to really disappear before she came back as quite a good character actress in the late 70s, early 80s.
Even when she put on weight, even when she was in the Adam and the Ants Prince Charming video, she was still an absolute stunner. So you know what? Even in her older days, she was still a sex symbol. She'll always be a sex symbol, and I hope she'll always be remembered.
Stay tuned, as next, we'll be letting it all hang out.
You are now watching the 100 Greatest Sex Symbol.
You know, girls in Beverly Hills, they like expensive stuff and expensive places.
Yes, they do.
Ooh, money, money, your money, honey, give me that De Niro.
Some say that money is the root of all evil.
Okay.
So when you live in one of the wealthiest postcodes in the world,
I'm feeling no room. Ooh, yeah.
you can expect there to be trouble.
I can't take this anymore. Oh, get out. Ooh.
Yeah, way too much drama.
I hate this.
Brand new 90210, Monday at 9 on E4. And if you miss it, you can catch up Sunday at 6.
The House of the Dead Overkill. Absolutely fantastic said official Nintendo magazine. Out now.
Here, Churchill, can I really count on you for award-winning car insurance with a price that won't go up next year?
Oh, yes.
And UK call centres?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you can't believe everything he says. He told me he's going for a curry with Roy Walker.
Oh, yes. It's good, but it's not right. I ordered a korma.
For car insurance that won't go up next year, count on Churchill. Call or go online.
As soon as I get home from school, I ask Mum, what's for tea? And hope that she says Heinz baked beans, because they're the beans for me. There are lots of ways to eat them. You can have them on your toast. I like to eat them with fried eggs, or with a Sunday roast. I like them with fish fingers. With sausages, they're great. The only time they're not is when they're on my brother's plate. Sometimes when I'm feeling sad, my mum will read the signs. She knows the thing to cheer me up, and she knows that beans means Heinz.
Forget fad diets. New fat-free vanilla and chocolate Muller Lite. Eat happily ever after.
Ah, trees. Morning. As MD of Velvet, I love the environment, especially trees. With no trees, birds have nowhere to land. Whoops. Plant 3 over there. Oh, what's Donkey doing there? 3 down here. And we couldn't make our soft chip of velvet. That's why for every tree we use, we plant 3 more big, beautiful trees. Let's go. Whoa. Triple velvet. Soft, soft, soft.
Everyone loves a good curry. And our new Uncle Ben's Indian sauces have been made specially so the whole family will love them. Each one so delicious they'll be a rush to the table. Invite the world to dinner with new Uncle Ben's sauces.
Getting whole grain into your breakfast doesn't have to be difficult. Kingsmill 50/50 is made with 50% whole grain flour. Wake up to whole grain with Kingsmill.
Mr. Strings. Mr. Strings? Oh, Mr. Strings. Mr. Strings. Oh, Mrs. Strings. Oh. Mr. Strings. Mr. Strings. Mr. Strings. Mr. Strings. Mr. Strings. Mr. Strings. Strings.
E4's blonde amnesiac is back, and she's remembered a thing or two.
Bad things that I did. Bad.
Oh, memories. But now it's out with the old. Oh, apart from the ex. Oh, and being on the dole.
It's really hard here.
Never mind, dear. You can't remember most of it. Samantha Who, Monday at 10 on E4.
At 84, he's a kitchen nightmare, but your bedroom fantasy. It's Gordon effing Ramsay.
I'm not in the slightest bit surprised that Gordon Ramsay is on the list of sex symbols. Having worked with him in a hot, sweaty kitchen, he is, yes, sexy.
Now, tonight starts as a rich, sumptuous haricot bean soup with tiger prawns.
Gordon Ramsay is quite an interesting case because he's got that very potent alpha male component, which is that he's extremely dominating.
That's a disgrace. You weren't going to break sweat there, were you? You're far too soft. That really has to stop.
And a lot of women do find that incredibly attractive.
He shouted at me, which I quite liked.
Are you always two-faced?
I beg your pardon?
Are you always this two-faced? This morning
Gordon's altercation with Edwina Curry on Hell's Kitchen was absolutely brilliant.
It's your dish, Edwina Curry.
I don't care about it, Gordon.
What do you mean you don't care about it? That's not good enough.
I think maybe there was a bit of sexual tension going on under there between Gordon and Edwina.
1 minute Prime Minister, and now you're trying to me from behind.
He'd certainly have taught me an awful lot more about cooking if he hadn't been ready to fly off the handle.
Part of Gordon's appeal is that he's creative and, yes, he's good with his hands.
There's something very attractive about him. They're quite strong. And certainly when he's been, I don't know, stuffing a chicken or killing a lobster, you did sometimes feel that there were better uses for those hands.
Now, let me have a quick look at yours.
OK.
Just like the bike sheds. You can look at mine, let me look at yours. Yeah.
Cheeky. He's a toucher, he's a hugger, he's a kisser, he's an eye contact person. And I think he's both learned how to do it and does it naturally as well.
There is one negativity against the sort of Atkins diet, you know, because it's not very good for your sex life.
Did you just say the word sex in my ear? You said the word sex in my ear.
I think Gordon has got the right balance of nice and nasty. Yes, that's the thing. He can shout at you and get all hot under the collar in 1 minute, and then the next minute he's really nice. So it keeps you guessing.
Was one of these people who had such an innate sexuality that I think would have been a sex symbol on a kind of mass scale, even without the kind of fame that INXS had. I mean, my kind.
At 82, time for some quality now, with everyone's favourite bit of posh totty.
My definition of a sex symbol is Joanna Lumley, in a nutshell.
Just the sight of Lumley in The New Avengers was definitely one of the first crushes, yeah, I think men of my age had.
She wasn't just a beautiful girl with a gorgeous complexion and a wonderful mouth. She could lift her leg to a 90-degree angle and knock your head off, you know? And that was what gave her her charm.
The haircut was done by John Frieda, and I was his assistant as we were doing that Purdy haircut. By 76, 77, I think I was as qualified, and I think I remember doing 10 a day.
Oh dear.
I mean, I think 12 at one point. It was just these Purdies coming in constantly, and of course Joanna, who's a client of mine now, you know, laughs at remembering about it, because just seeing all these kind of bowl haircuts everywhere.
I think the poshness of Purdy and Joanna Lumley was important.
What's the normal procedure? I'm not going to start behaving differently now, am I?
And she followed it through incredibly, you know, like carried it all the way through to absolutely fabulous and beyond.
She has got this wonderful posh accent. But I think you also feel, I bet she can swear like a trooper.
Peanuts, though, peanuts. Oi, peanuts! Bloody French bitch.
Very lovely Betty Page.
Long before the internet, Page 3 and the Queen's speech, men with naughty thoughts had to be content with our number 81.
Betty Page was a hugely popular pinup of the 50s and 60s, and she was so popular because she did nudity, and really no one was doing nudity at the time.
For a whole generation of men, Betty Page was the archetype of femininity. She had the classic hourglass figure, she had beautiful hair, she had kinky outfits. So not only was she the first kind of pornographic goddess, a lot of men thought that she really would put out because she did a range of films from relatively innocent, from bikini poses to really quite radical fetish poses and nude work.
I mean, it's weird just to think that she was nothing more than a pinup girl, but she really made a lasting impression as a pinup girl because she had an image like no one else.
Her look was the, dark hair again, and she had straight bangs, super long dark hair, and she always played like the victim. She was always the one getting tied up or spanked, and she was a really good-looking girl because she was like a girl next door, except for she was, in bondage.
When a man can make you laugh, it's a great aphrodisiac.
Here, don't give it to me. Don't. Look, one crawl behind the refrigerator. It'll turn up in our bed at night. Will you get out of here with that thing? Jesus. Get it. Talk to him. You speak shellfish.
I do think classically that women can be laughed into bed, that we do have a soft spot for men who are just hilarious. They don't have to be that good looking, they don't have to have a great physique. And Woody Allen is the archetypal case in point.
Wait, I got a great idea. Hang in there for a second. I got a little artifact, a little erotic artifact that I brought up from the city, which I think is going to be perfect. There, create a little old New Orleans essence. Now we can go about our business here and even develop photographs if we want to.
He seems to understand something about the female sex that we haven't quite fully understood ourselves.
Woody Allen allows women to basically be as raw as they can be, to see the side that men don't actually want to see about women, that don't like about women with all their neuroses, with all their quirks. And that's actually quite attractive, a man who puts up with that and lets it happen and still ends up with them.
Yes, I'm a little nervous around you still.
Still?
Well, yeah, I think.
So crazy.
Because I would like everything to work out.
It's good. It will work
really,
out. You should leave everything to me. I'll make everything happen. You don't have to worry.
Do you really promise? Because I do. I like you a lot. I feel good around you.
I don't blame you.
Not only is he a nerd, he celebrates the fact in his films, He actually advertises how bad he is in bed, his lack of sexual prowess. And it's just fantastic that he's a sex symbol.
He's slightly the nerd's dream, isn't he? For geeky girls, here's this geeky man that you can fantasize about. The early films, as he would say himself, the funny ones, they were great, they were magical, and made you fall in love with him just by the force of his wit.
I think Woody Allen is proof that there is a parallel universe where the skinny guy kicks jokes into the bodybuilder's face and gets the girl. And somehow he's found his way into our universe and he's dropped in. And he's just a beacon of hope for nerds everywhere.
Rock Hudson was spectacularly good looking. There's no getting away from that. He, in his prime, in the 50s, was so incredibly handsome.
In 1957, Rock Hudson was the #1 box office in the world and was #1 box office until 1965.
If Rock Hudson's homosexuality had been talked about in the 50s and 60s, it would have been over for him. I mean, he would never have played the leading man.
What a marvelous-looking man. I wonder if he's single.
I don't know how long I can get away with this act.
And anybody that has more going on than meets the eye, whether we figure out the mystery or not, they're more attractive. We kind of want to know them because they're not obvious. And I think that was really the key to Rock Hudson's appeal.
Tell me about your job. Must be very exciting working with all them colors and fabrics and all.
What is interesting about Pillow Talk is that he seduces Doris Day by making her think that he's gay. And so she wants to prove that she can bed a gay man or bring him out as a straight man.
Ain't these tasty? Wonder if I could get the recipe.
So in a way, Rock Hudson was a gay actor who was playing a straight man impersonating a gay man in order to get Doris Day into bed.
Rex, don't you find me attractive?
Armistead Maupin, the gay author, remembers being taken to Rock Hudson's house, and the pool was full of gorgeous men. And he said, who are all these people? And Rock supposedly said, the blondes are named Grant and the brunettes are named Scott.
The general public is easily duped, so all an actor had to do then is get married. Phyllis Gates was a secretary for Henry Wilson, and it was arranged that she would marry Rock Hudson.
In those days, it didn't even really cross their minds, I don't think, that someone would be. I mean, people looked at Liberace and believed that they could have their way with it. I mean, it was absurd.
What is unique about Rock Hudson is that he was picture perfect. I would actually think that that would be a detriment today for an actor. You get men who look like Rock Hudson on maybe soap operas during the day, but even nighttime TV, there's much more edge to the actors today than Rock Hudson ever had.
Proof next that a nice frock will work wonders for a man.
I shall announce my resignation this afternoon, and the party will vote for the new leader on Thursday. You should be Prime Minister by the end of the week.
What? David Walliams is a fancy ball for one reason, and one reason only. First and foremost, he is goddamn funny, and any guy that can make a girl laugh is in there.
I know so many women, it's unbelievable, that find him incredibly attractive, and it comes down to comedy. He makes them laugh.
He doesn't mind making an arse out of himself. He'll strip, he'll dress up as a woman, he'll play the part of the gay Prime Minister's assistant, and he does everything with so much fun, you really get a sense that he'd be a great laugh.
Sebastian, you will now work for me as the Prime Minister's aide.
No thanks, I'm staying with Michael. I'm retiring from politics, I'm afraid, Sebastian. The new Prime Minister will be Robert.
I don't like him.
Why not?
Well, he's all fat and Scottish.
If David Walliams wasn't the comedian that he was, he probably wouldn't be getting the babes as much as he is.
My God, he's been busy with the ladies, hasn't he?
His funny man routine is obviously working. It's made him famous, rich, and seemingly irresistible to female celebrities.
I mean, have you ever seen him up close, in the flesh? He's really not very attractive.
But I mean, who knows? Maybe he's great in sack.
It's the least I can do, Sebastian.
Actually, Prime Minister, I've got something for you.
Really?
He's funny, he's charming, and he's a gent, and I think overall that is what makes David Walliams an unlikely sex symbol.
Close your eyes. It's a surprise.
Can I open them yet?
Yes.
Now, boys, keep your eyes on me and put one hand down your trousers. But wait, I only want you to touch your testicles. I want you to give them a good feel.
Rachel Stevens is the epitome of the English girl next door. She's a nice North London girl, very unthreatening. She's not a vamp, she's not dangerous. She is a very cute young lady.
I think she's kind of like, maybe a bit like the girl next door kind of thing. And a lot of guys like a sweet girl, you know, she's very sweet and very sexy.
Rachel Stevens was probably a little bit too sexy for S Club 7. It was a band aimed at the pre-teen market, and there was this sex goddess jumping around.
Weirdly, she didn't even go to be in S Club 7. She went to the audition to be with her brother, who was auditioning for S Club 7, and she just thought she'd go and hold his hand. But she got the gig.
When S Club 7 disbanded for various reasons, she was the obvious character who was going to go and make a solo career. It kind of didn't really matter whether she could sing or not, or it didn't really matter what her product was like. It was just that she was the cutest, sexiest one. We were very aware at Arena that she was going to become quite an icon when she left S Club 7. So We shot her for the cover wearing a pair of leather marigold gloves and a leather miniskirt and bugger all else. And she looked fantastic. And she was very aware that she wanted to do this. She wanted to reinvent herself, reimagine herself.
I think Rachel Stevens is going to go all the way as a sex symbol, simply because she picked up the young male at a very young age. She had wide-eyed 9-year-old boys staring at her on the TV. So they're going to carry on, you know, ogling her well into their 30s.
Sweet dreams, my LAX. And things will be getting much steamier next, and even downright dirty.
He was in the Oval Office with 2 naked girls.
Is this Billy's funeral? Is that the corpse of Billy Newwood?
How the blinking heck do you get over the death of your bestest man chum? You don't want to play on the big river, boys. Make like Ray Chuffing Mears and go into a ruddy great wood, that's how. We could really die out here. Kick back with some treetop toddy.
I'm all natural.
Hang out with beardy weirdo Burt Reynolds.
If you're gonna kill us, just do it already, okay? I'm sick of waiting to die.
And make a new pal with nature. Has anyone noticed how short this bloke is? Without a paddle. Sunday at 9 on E4.
Welcome to Planet U. Your intestines, to be precise. Here are some of the 100 trillion bacteria that call this 24-foot ecosystem home. These friendly Lactobacillus casei shirota are found in Yakult and have been proven by our scientists to help the beneficial bacteria multiply and thrive. A healthy gut makes for stronger natural defences. Yakult, taking care of Planet U.
Brian was under attack from a very nasty cold. It started with a battalion of runny noses. Later came a headachy army, and on the left flank, regiments of chesty coughs and sore throats. Then came the turning point. Instead of paracetamol, Brian had taken Beecham's All-in-One. With 3 times more active ingredients, it fights more symptoms. And it wasn't long before Brian was winning. Fight back with Beecham's All-in-One.
Sunshine sky, and there's a reason why I'm feeling so high. Must be the season when that love light shines all around us. Just let your love flow like a mountain stream.
Contactless technology on Barclaycard Platinum, making payments simpler.
We're not just any hot chocolates. We're gourmet hot chocolates. We're your all-time chocolate favourites melted into milk. And we're ready to drink in 90 seconds. But not before you've added your delicious sprinkle-on goodies. We're hot melted chocolate heaven. Go on, take us home.
In Norway, nothing's simple, even going home. So hands have a tough time. They're dry and chapped. Norwegian Formula hand cream wraps around the skin to help repair even the driest hands, leaving them relieved, soft and smooth. And also relieve your body from dry, rough skin with Everyday Repair Body Lotion. In tests, 100% of women found their skin relieved and soothed. Dry skin relief for hand and body. From Neutrogena.
Ever come across somebody you shouldn't have messed with? That's me.
From director Clint Eastwood comes the U.S. #1 smash hit. A relentlessly gripping movie, utterly unmissable.
You're a hero to the neighborhood.
It's as if Dirty Harry has never been away.
I finish things. That's what I do.
Gran Torino.
All your dreams can become real. My own best kept secret. Malta.
I thought tonight you might let your hair down because you're so boring and being nice.
Come Dine With Me is back with a celebrity special.
I have to say it was the dinner party from hell.
Edwina, how many eggs are there in this?
So that's microwaved chocolate.
I feel a vomit coming on.
Celebrity Come Dine With Me, Sunday at 8 on 4.
Welcome back to the 100 Greatest Sex Symbols. First up, a woman with many special powers, not including camouflage.
Everybody liked Wonder Woman because she not only could fight crime, she had an incredible rack. My God, Linda Carter, her upper frontals in that outfit were pretty amazing. Whatever you were looking for in a woman, Wonder Woman had it all going on. Wonder Woman was sexy because she was wrapped in the American flag, basically, and yet there was this amazing cleavage and these fabulous accessories, and she could kick butt, and she had bullet-deflecting bracelets. She has her lasso of truth, and no one could figure it out. She spun better than anyone, right? Wonder Woman, no one spun like Linda Carter, ever. The best thing was no one could figure out that Diana Prince was Wonder Woman because it was shocking the difference when she took her glasses off. It's no wonder to me that so many drag queens like to dress up as Wonder Woman because it is a great costume, let's face it. If Wonder Woman ventured over into camp just a little bit, I think we forgave her that because she was just so darn sweet. We loved her a lot.
Countdown, in fact, is about numbers as well as letters, and we figure we've got a pretty good figure ruling that part of the game. Meet our vital statistician, Carol Vorderman. She's a Cambridge graduate, and she works in computers.
Carol Vorderman is a standard bearer in a long line of thinking men's crumpet.
Gives us our total of 493.
She could solve your crossword, she could, sort out your taxation, do a bit of Sudoku, and then she could take you back home and subject you to all manner of depravity.
I think it's a very attractive quality in a woman when you find a woman with like a brain as powerful as hers. She's clearly a very intelligent woman and attractive with it.
Carol Vorderman is a genius, and she's always been seen like that, but she was very frumpy to begin with.
We'll probably hear comments like that throughout the series.
And then she had this ridiculous hair that just made her look really, really old. And then something happened to her. She did turn into a total sex symbol. She was seen out at premieres with really short dresses on, and all the newspapers were like, oh, shock horror, she's over 40 and she's wearing a mini dress. And it was terrible. I thought, good for you.
It took us ages to convince her to take her clothes off for GQ. It took about 3 years. I think a lot of people thought that we'd done quite a bit of work to the pictures afterwards, but it's not true. She's got a fantastic body. She looks sexier now than she did 10, 15, 20 years ago.
Denzel Washington is a good-looking brother, that's it.
Women just love him. White, black, Asian, you name it. He's got that sex appeal.
A guy that is very, very comfortable in his own skin.
No need to ask, he's a smooth operator.
Though best known for killing, maiming, and more killing in action movies, Denzel's sex appeal comes from being just an all-round Mr. Nice Guy.
He is the personification of a very sophisticated, intelligent man in the true sense of the word.
I ran into Denzel. I had my mom with me at Jezebel Restaurant in New York the night before Mother's Day. And he stood up immediately, and removed his hat and shook my mom's hand. And my mother really didn't know who she was. We left, she said, that little fella sure was nice and polite.
Denzel is one of the lucky breed of men who can be 50 years old and still be as sexy as a 25-year-old. He has an incredibly magnetic personality. When you meet him in person, he's very generous, he's very kind. Women love him.
I would think that the first time that women saw Denzel as a sex symbol type figure would be some of the Spike Lee movies he did. Mo Better Blues. He carries that on screen. He carries that off screen. He is probably one of the classiest and most dignified actors around.
Now, who fancies getting stuffed by Paxo?
Sometimes a woman just wants her mind nourished. This is mental intercourse. And they want a Jeremy Paxman because he nourishes their brain as well as their body.
I'd definitely like to be on the receiving end of a Paxo probe. Oh yeah, definitely, he's gorgeous.
The interview with Colin Powell is very classic Paxo. You know, he's not going to let him off the hook.
What did Britain get out of supporting your war?
I think Britain gets the satisfaction. What do you mean, our war? Let's be careful.
Who led it?
We led it, but Prime Minister Blair and
That's
United Kingdom was a sovereign nation that made a decision, along with many other nations, to be part of this coalition.
I'm asking
What did
what
we get
got out of it?
I'm about to tell you. You got a country that you never have to worry about having weapons of mass destruction anymore.
But it didn't have any.
You got a country you don't have to worry, but it did have them in the past.
It didn't have them at the time we invaded.
He never lets go, though, and that, I think, is the thing which appeals most.
Seeing him on Who Do You Think You Are, where we saw the much softer side of Paxman, you know, it revealed what we thought all along. He's underneath it all, he's just a little pussycat. He's really sexy.
My grandmother was going out to work to support the new baby, Dora. I don't know what she'd have felt about that. I hope she... hope she'd have felt generous about it.
So that's, if you like, increased his attractiveness to women who do like to feel that their men have emotions and know how to let them out once in a while.
Lock up your nannies. At 72, it's Jude Law.
Lovely, beautiful man. Jude Law is one of the most beautiful men.
Those eyes, oh my God. I just need his eyes, that's it.
The problem with going to see Jude Law and things is you step on your tongue as you're leaving because you've been panting for so long.
Despite having appeared in 12 films, it was his role in The Talented Mr. Ripley that shot him to sex symbol stardom.
The movie was terrific. Jude Law brilliantly cast as this kind of spoiled rich guy, but being rich and handsome and spoiled, you still liked him.
Okay. Get in. I'm like a prune anyway.
But even after going on to star in films by such legendary directors as Scorsese and Spielberg, Jude is still having trouble cracking the American sex symbol market.
He is actually a really terrific actor, and he is a really handsome guy, but I don't think for American audiences he's quite connected, and he certainly hasn't had that sex symbol role. If he was going to have it, maybe it was going to be Alfie, but outside of me and 3 other people, nobody saw it.
I myself subscribe more to the European philosophy of life. My priorities leaning towards wine, women. Well, actually, that's about it. Wine and women.
Although women and women is always a fun option.
It's a little ironic that Jude Law met Sienna Miller during the filming of Alfie, and then it kind of played out that he kind of was a little more Alfie in real life than he should have been.
Sleeping with your nanny, by the way, not hot. If you're a sex symbol, you have a certain responsibility to go out and have the best ass come to you. But if you're just sleeping with whoever happens to be in your home, like making your kid food, you're not doing your duty as a sex symbol.
He slept with a nanny, you know, like multiple times, you know, got split up from Sienna, got back together with her, split up, got back together. I don't even know what's going on with Sienna now, but, you know, people still love Jude and they still want to see his ass naked.
At number 71, a president who every intern looked up to.
He was the perfect man, in a way, Kennedy. Part of the appeal was that he was so good looking. He seemed so clean. He was married to a beautiful woman. They were magic.
So now my wife and I prepare for a new administration and for a new baby. Thank you.
There's no doubt that being president, being a very powerful man, adds to the sexual attraction. Power creates its own aura.
He had a very glamorous image that really came across on television. In 1960, he appeared on television in what they called the Great Debate with Richard Nixon. They were both vying for the presidency of the United States. And Nixon came on looking very haggard and tired and bags under his eyes, etc. Kennedy was tanned, resplendent, youthful, hair combed perfectly, and looked the complete business. And I think that image of him really won him the election.
Some believe it wasn't just his looks that won him the debate. Rumours have circulated about his backstage preparations.
There was a series of television debates between him and Nixon, an hour and a half before the first one. He had sex with a prostitute, and when he was on camera, he kind of glowed with sexual self-confidence. When the press judged that he'd won the debate, he decided that he would do that before each debate. John F. Kennedy filled his life with women. There were kind of nude orgies in a swimming pool in the White House. One time he phoned a correspondent and said that he was in the Oval Office with 2 naked girls, but he was reading the Wall Street Journal. Was there something wrong with him? And of course there was Marilyn.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Happy birthday to you.
Time for some Gallic charm now, with the unlikeliest sex symbol ever.
He had a lot of class, a lot of elegance, a lot of charm, very tormented, but very sensitive, and that's why I guess a lot of beautiful women were attracted to him.
Gainsbourg et son Gainsbourg.
Serge Gainsbourg was associated with a lot of beautiful women. Catherine Deneuve, Brigitte Bardot, and Jane Birkin.
He didn't really believe that people fell in love with him for his face or anything. He just said, you know, when you can write a song, then girls fall in love with you.
Aucun Boeing sur mon transit. Aucun bateau sous mon transit.
Girls in the audience wanted to clean him up, prune him, take him home and give him a coffee and a bed. And so it's something about looking a tiny bit disheveled that goes straight to the woman's heart. So he had that to a fine art.
On dit je suis laid, d'accord, je le sais, je m'en fous, ça m'a réussi.
It came about because he was having an affair with Brigitte Bardot, and she asked him to write the sexiest song that he could think of.
This record got to #2 and was deleted because the record company was so embarrassed. Another record company picked it up and took it to #1. And it still sounds like probably the sexiest hit record ever.
At the end of his life, Serge Gainsbourg was doing a lot of extravagant things because he had a drink problem, but he was still very endearing to all the French.
Voilà, Serge Gainsbourg. He's most famous, probably in France, outside of his actual recordings, for the episode with Whitney Houston.
I said I want.
Oui, alors, je vais vous traduire. No. He said you are great.
Whitney, of course, so used to sycophancy, and not at all prepared for the unscripted.
Sometimes he's a little bit drunk, you know.
Yeah,
de temps en temps,
I'm not drunk.
He must be.
Non.
I'm not drunk today.
Il est normal. Vous imaginez quand il est sous.
It created huge embarrassment, but the whole French people just laughed because it was so typical of him. He was speaking his mind.
Surprise, surprise. Guess who's at number 69?
I think my all-time favourite sex symbol has to be Abby Titmuss.
Hi, I'm Abby Titmuss.
She's sexy, we know that she's great at sex, and she shifts cockies.
I think Abby Titmuss's appeal is primarily a British thing. There's an element of the saucy postcard, there's an element of the repressed Victorian sexuality that we all suffer from.
Abby Titmuss was simply John Leslie's girlfriend.
She was in the background of the photographs when he was in all kinds of trouble. Someone spotted her, and within long, she'd done a magazine feature. Then suddenly, she's on the front cover of Loaded magazine, and she's a massive superstar.
It was a very strange transition, yes. One minute I was on a hospital ward in a nurse's uniform, and the next minute I'm on the cover of magazines.
Abby Titmuss has evolved into the queen of the lads mags.
I love doing some of those, sexy lads mag shoots and stuff. It's a lot of fun.
Hold your stomach in, baby. That's it. 3, 2.
She's just totally at home with herself. You can imagine her wandering around at home, naked.
I think that she's properly looked and studied the Jordan method. She's been outrageous, she's been totally out there, out front, nothing's hidden, and of course it's worked.
I think Abby Titmuss is fully aware of her sex appeal. I think she flaunts herself in a way that creates a persona, and that is one of a very sexual person.
No, obviously when I was a nurse on the wards, I always thought of myself as a sex symbol and knew that I would be. Of course not. No, I had no idea that this was going to happen, and I don't understand it at all. But men are funny things.
Touch me. I'm watching. After the break, find out which of these strapping hunks gets the ladies' knickers in a twist.
Talk about throwing your knickers. They throw their knickers at Owen Wilson. He can get, oh my lord, as many as he wants.
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome to our Fortress of Solitude.
So what are you and the boys doing here?
I love it!
Tell your sister she looks sexy on television.
My mum's dead. Vote for me.
Well, it's not like it's not true.
I don't know who you are anymore.
Are you coming, F?
You're not going to get it.
Why don't you want to be friends with us anymore?
Cook hasn't got any friends. Mate, try to stay my porridge if you want. I'd say even Jay's got a better chance than you. Come on, let's get high.
Brand new Skins, Thursday at 10 on E4.
Take me riding in the car, take me riding in the car, take you riding in my car, I'll take you riding in my car. Click, clank, open up a door, girls, click, clank, open up a door, boys, front door, back door, click-a-dick, clack, take you riding in my car. Climb, climb, rattle on the front seat, spree, I spraddle on the back seat, turn my key, step on the starter, take you riding in my car. Engine, it goes engine, it goes front seat, back seat, boys and girls, take you riding in my car.
Quit smoking, and cigarettes seem to be everywhere. Nicotine patches with unique smart control technology have therapeutic nicotine to help calm receptors, so your willpower can do the rest. Nicotine patch, a smart way to quit.
I say, old bean, do you know where I can find a totally spiffing greetings card?
Oh, yes. Moonpig offers a mind-boggling choice of cards.
Who did you say? Moonpig. You can even upload a photo to become part of the design.
And look, Arthur, you can personalize any Moonpig card by changing the text.
That is fantastic.
If you order by 2 p.m, your card will be sent out the same day by first-class post.
Crikey, what was that name again? Moonpig.com.
Right now at Sainsbury's, buy any 3 of these wines for just £10. At that price, you could start your own cellar.
Your mission statement is keep it weird. Is that really a business strategy?
Keep it weird is our wig for keep it human, keep it real, keep it different. Like we don't build rockets over here. We make soap, and it's pretty hard to make soap different than other soap that's out there. So typically, the more different an idea is, the more fragile an idea is, the more likely it gets beat down to death and never goes anywhere. And if we lose our confidence to be weird and to be different, we lose that ability. And then after a while, you start to look like everybody else.
So how do you make sure you've got everybody in the company working together to keep it different?
You have to have an environment that people are comfortable with sharing ideas and they're not working against them. And anything we're working on has to be out in the open. That way, anybody can see it and build upon it.
Right.
So we do everything to try to keep people as connected as possible and putting about as much work into the culture as you would into the products that you're creating.
Yeah, we've got a 4-day special on right now where our buyers have really pulled out all the stops.
This Makita 18-volt drill is now £79, and this 150mm wide solid oak flooring, just £25 a square metre.
Still makes DIY doable. On my mark.
Wife, girlfriend. 3. I'm gonna find her.
2.
And I'm gonna hurt her.
1.
And then I'm gonna kill you.
Execute.
The network premiere of Mission Impossible 3, Sunday at 9 on 4.
Continuing with the 100 greatest sex symbols now on E4, which contain strong language and scenes of a sexual nature.
Welcome back to the 100.
To me, is what was Jim Morrison really like? Because nobody knows, because he wasn't an open book. You couldn't read him, you know. He was a very kind of quiet, bemused, enigmatic guy. I took pictures of him at the Hollywood Bowl, where there's a series of shots with him holding the mic, and those were lovely, lovely pictures. He was a very beautiful guy, you know.
One of the ways in which they publicized themselves was to focus on his body. He was the first male pop star to market himself as a sex symbol.
You know, he grew his hair, he had a rebellious kind of instinct, he was defiant. He did outrageous things, not for any particular purpose, but just to provoke controversy.
He was arrested in Florida in 1969 for lewd behavior. He opened the flies of his leather trousers and exposed himself. Although there are no actual photographs of the appendage.
When I saw Jim Morrison expose himself at the Miami Beach Convention Center, I was 14 years old. He came out on stage with black leather head to toe and dropped trow, and that was it for me, when he was bathed in otherworldly, godlike angel light. It was the way he looked, the music, it was just haunting, sexy, get down music. I made up my mind at that moment that I was going to spend the rest of my life searching for the Jewish Jim Morrison.
From rock's #1 bad guy to pop's Mr. Nasty, you voted Simon Cowell at 67.
What Louis has done has turned this act into something you would see in a cocktail bar in Magaluf.
He doesn't take himself seriously, which is hugely appealing. He has the authority.
That was probably one of the most horrendous performances. It was literally ridiculous.
He has the credibility. He's successful, he's rich, he's good looking, he has a sense of humour.
Oh, I can see the resemblance.
Don't like him, do I?
You do.
It was just a shorter
It's like looking in the mirror.
It is.
I know the effect he has on women because of people who talk about him all the time to me. The amount of women I've met that fancy him.
I want to address this to you, because you asked me once if you're a good singer. You're not. You are a great singer. And I think you're world class. I really do.
Getting to know him, I did start to get weak and get this tummy thing. He makes you feel like a little girl, and it's a really weird feeling. Simon's voice is gorgeous. He talks to you like a schoolmaster. That's really sexy. He's got a sexy voice.
I think he's lovely. I love him. What a guy. I'd love to try his trousers on.
Girls, you need some education about men.
I want to see naked facing Simon Cowell.
I always thought being on TV would have slightly different benefits.
Next, it's a screen goddess with an untamed passion.
Vivien Leigh was probably one of the prettiest actresses that we've ever seen. She had these wonderful feline features and these lovely green eyes, pale skin and dark hair, and she was just ravishing. And I think underneath it you think, God, this girl is just needs to be wrapped up in cotton wool, but you knew there was a sort of furnace underneath it.
She's not an obvious, smouldering sex symbol like Ava Gardner. She's the ultimate sort of girl woman, that she's got a bit of both going on, and you feel there's a bit of naivety there too, by which I probably mean just utter madness. She famously went mad just after filming A Streetcar Named Desire. And I think it's someone who's not quite in control of their sexuality that becomes appealing. It sort of radiates, but she doesn't know how to rein it in.
Vivien was always very haunted by her own mental illness, by her fragility. But you have to remember that she also beat out 35 American actresses, including Joan Crawford, Bette Davis, for the role of Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Wind. She was a great fighter.
I'm not cornered. And you'll never corner me, Rhett Butler, or frighten me. You've lived in dirt so long you can't understand anything else. And you're jealous of something you can't understand. Good night.
In real life, too, I mean, she was slightly disturbed, but she was also highly sexual and emotionally very vulnerable. I think her sexuality really was exposed on screen, that there was something very sexual about her personally.
Everyone knows that Vivien Leigh was essentially a nymphomaniac. She'd often appear naked at parties or swimming pools. It was a very public thing.
She certainly had a difficult last few years. But, you know, actresses don't lead a normal life, not people who have worldwide renown and not people who are that beautiful.
It's too late for a recount. You voted our very own PM in at number 65.
When Tony Blair first became the leader of the Labour Party, there was something about him that was very similar to the quality that Jack Kennedy had as president. New, young, fresh, attractive, effortlessly handsome and youthful and fit-looking, a complete antidote to the people who came beforehand. If you think John Major, you know, Margaret Thatcher, both very posh, removed, stiff people. Tony Blair, you know, sits with his legs crossed, slouching back with his arm up over the back of the sofa. He's a master at knowing how to woo people, I think. At that time, what was coming across was a freshness and a naturalness that was very, very attractive. Nobody does it better. Ordinarily, I would not be able to get at all why people fancy Tony Blair. However, when I was working at Heat, it was during the last election, and we just stumbled by accident upon this photograph of Tony Blair on holiday in a pair of Speedos. But you know what? He actually had a really good body for a guy of his age. So much so that we actually presented him as our torso of the week. It worked really well for him, actually. He totally used it in his election campaign. There were pictures of him the day before the election signing, you know, his torso of the week in Heat. But I like the fact that, you know, we have a Prime Minister that can play with something like that.
Next up, it's a Latin Lothario who loves to get naked, but only if the part requires it.
Gael Garcia Bernal is so popular in America right now because he's very handsome. He's a Latino, which is, there's not enough of hot Latinos in this country. Hollywood's looking for types like Gael.
I think that he's absolutely painfully handsome. There's nothing about him that isn't sexy.
I mean, if you look at the type of films Gael has done, he's played some really sexy sexual characters.
Gael first came to the attention of Western audiences in Y Tu Mama Tambien, when he played a sexually confused teenager on a road trip with an attractive older woman and also his best friend. He piqued the audience's interest when he and Diego were relieving their sexual tension on matching diving boards at the beginning of the movie.
La mamá, tu vieja acá. No mames, pendejo. La maestra de dibujo de la secund. Güey, Miss Georgina.
He oozes sex all over the place.
Next, a man who could get women into bed just by raising his eyebrows.
Jack Nicholson he's very sexy. It's something to do with the eyebrows.
He's got the devil in him. You can see it, it's just there, twinkling away in the eyes.
He's just got that sort of sleaziness about him that he shouldn't be attractive at all, and yet still now into his, he's about 106 now, isn't he? And he's still pulling really young chicks.
Nicholson's one of the guys who's been getting laid probably like 3-4 times a day for like 45 years.
If you've ever met him in person, he's just got that incredible appeal where he just goes, come here, you're mine. And you just, okay.
He's a brilliant actor. He's the most watchable man on screen.
And for all Jack's devilishly sexy film roles, there was one that stood out above all the others.
Jack Nicholson playing the devil in Witches of Eastwick was a role that he was born to play.
They really make him gross in that movie. He has this tiny little foul ponytail, this greasy little ponytail at the back of his head, and he's shirtless half the time with this sort of gut, and he's just falling apart, but he's so devastatingly attractive.
You know, he's the cat that got the cream. And it's just those looks, that raised eyebrow about here we go. And then you cut to the three women on the bed, sort of, like sort of cats. I think that look is it's just the devil in him. This is what he is. He has this enormous, insatiable appetite, and, there is going to be kind of fireworks. And it's the anticipation of that which is all wrapped up in a single look.
He's rich, good-looking, got all his own teeth. Oh, and he's heir to the throne.
The demure smile in his mother's looks is the very latest teenage heartthrob. Welcome to Will Mania.
People of my age grew up with Prince Charles, who the press desperately tried to position as this roister-doister ladies' man. He wasn't. He was the world's biggest jerk with a crap hairstyle, really bad clothes. What we have with Prince William, he's more of our time. He's a thoroughly modern royal, and I think that's why he's won an army of female admirers.
He's tall, good-looking, he's a prince. So, he would be the ultimate catch for a vast amount of young ladies, not just from this country, but all over the world.
When he was 18, he had those beautiful photos done by Mario Testino. I think that captured him at a really lovely moment. He looked so like Diana. Very beautiful, really.
The thing about Diana was that her sexuality was very learnt. It was quite manipulative. Like in body language terms, we talk about doing a die, where she used to drop her chin and she'd look up, which makes her eyes look really big and she looked very vulnerable. And William does a lot of that. He learnt from the master. She was very sexy the way she moved and the way she stood. And it's like he's taken on all these body language mannerisms.
Part of his sex appeal is that he seems to be a serious person. He's not a playboy. He's not somebody who has been born into all this wealth and privilege and is squandering it away in nightclubs or on yachts in the south of France. But so far, he's handled his image very well in that respect, and I think both men and women admire that.
At number 60, Ben Stiller's best friend, also known as the Butterscotch Stallion.
Really what makes a man very attractive to a woman invariably is either that they're dangerous or that they need to be looked after. And, and they're funny. I mean, Owen is he's very funny, and you kind of feel like you want to take care of him. But he definitely has an edge.
Owen Wilson's sexiness is all about his cool. He's got a Texan drawl, he's got a broken nose, he has no interest in getting fixed. He's got a way with laconic one-liners. What isn't there about this guy that's not sexy or funny or admirable?
Here are the nominees for Male Model of the Year.
Young, hot, brash, with more covers in his first year than any rookie model ever, and an attitude that says, who cares? It's only fashion.
That Hansel's so hot right now.
Owen Wilson is a big sexy surprise to me, and I think to a lot of people, because he became known as one of the Wilson brothers. Luke is by far the better looking of the two. But who knew? He's not very sexy. Owen is. There's just something about just love me in spite of my big old crooked nose, and he's atypical, which makes him sexy, I think.
Women just love him, fawn all over him. I've been out with him to the clubs. They just talk about throwing your knickers. They throw their knickers at Owen Wilson. He can get, oh my Lord, as many as he wants.
He does love to fuck. And there's so many people in Hollywood who pretend to hide behind that, oh, I just want to be sensual but not sexy. Owen Wilson is like, sure, yeah, I'll make you come. I'll make you come 20 times if that's what you want. That's what he says in his persona. I think it's healthy. I like it.
I think with Sharon Stone, the scene where she crosses her legs, it doesn't matter who you are, how old you are, if you was, 16 or 66, that is sexy.
I've always had a fondness for white silk scarves. They're good for all occasions.
But you said you liked men to use their hands, didn't you?
No, I said I liked Johnny to use his hands.
People that go and watch her sort of think she could be like that in real life. So that's the turn on for people, I think.
The scene in Basic Instinct really established Sharon Stone as a sex symbol, in part because the whole idea of her being without panties implies such a degree of sexual availability that it seemed like a very, very shocking scene.
Have you ever fucked on cocaine, Nick? It's nice. Watch me. I'm watching.
Coming up next, we've got some of the best hips and thrusts in the business. But for some of you, that's just not enough.
Penises come and penises go, but words stay in there forever.
You know, girls in Beverly Hills, they like expensive stuff and expensive places.
Yes, they do.
Ooh, money, money, your money, honey, give me that De Niro.
Some say that money is the root of all evil.
Okay.
So when you live in one of the wealthiest postcodes in the world,
I'm feeling nervous. Ooh, yeah.
you can expect there to be trouble.
I can't take this anymore. Oh, get out.
Ooh. Yeah, way too much drama.
I hate this.
Brand new 90210, Monday at 9 on E4. And if you miss it, you can catch up Sunday at 6.
Got a cold? Need help fast? Lemsip Max All-in-One starts to get to work in just 5 minutes. No hot drink works faster for cold and flu. And now available, the only max strength all-in-one liquid from Lemsip.
Treat your dry hair to the conditioning power of new Elvive Renutrition, L'Oreal's first hair care service enriched with royal jelly. It's a first. The conditioning formula nourishes even dried out hair. 90% of women agreed their dry hair felt replenished. Hair feels silky and full of bounce. New Elvive Renutrition enriched with royal jelly from L'Oreal Paris.
Because you're worth it.
And now wake up to replenished hair with new Elvive Renutrition Night Serum.
At your local cooperative, we want to make healthy eating a little bit more colourful. That's why every week you'll find at least 5 different fruit and veg on offer, making it easier than ever to get your 5 a day. This week, our selected Big 5 are all half price. Prepare to find a great deal locally. The Cooperative, good with food.
Because I was avoiding different foods because of sensitivity, I wasn't enjoying foods that I like. Bit into this chocolate and then it occurred. I obviously went to the dentist. It was just a twinge and I just thought that's natural because you don't have anything to compare against. I tried Sensodyne. I've been using Sensodyne for about 7 months now. I can eat anything without having to worry about my sensitive teeth. I've just been using it as a daily toothpaste and I'm so used to it now, it's just like I wouldn't buy anything else. Simple as that, really. It's not rocket science.
We all need a little extra care. It's the same for my hair color.
Excellence Creme from L'Oreal gives you sensational color.
and really cares for your hair.
With the comb, it's so much easier. Combs in rich, radiant color, combs in conditioning protection, combs out every last gray. My color looks truly natural. It's the hair color that makes me feel younger. We're worth it. Now discover the new Cashmere Beige collection from L'Oreal Excellence Creme. 3 natural-looking shades that gently soften your features.
Whether you want to improve your skills or find the right childcare, whether you want to do some volunteer work or find out your parental rights, DirectGov is the website to point you in the right direction. DirectGov. Public services, all in one place.
Did you know thousands of smart, attractive, interesting and brilliant people join Match.com every day? See for yourself and join for free at Match.com.
Over time, the skin structure weakens. It loses plumpness and wrinkles appear. This makes you look older.
If, like me, you're ready to take serious action against wrinkles, discover new Collagen Replumper Moisturizer from L'Oréal Paris.
Its unique formula is enriched with collagen biospheres, which inflate up to 9 times. It helps plump out the appearance of wrinkles and gives a bouncy feel to the skin. New Collagen Replumper from L'Oréal Paris Wrinkle Decrease.
We're worth it.
Welcome back to the 100 Greatest Sex Symbols. Now boldly going where no sex symbol has gone before. Patrick Stewart beams up at number 59.
It's very easy to be a sex symbol when you're acting with a load of aliens. You're going to look better by default. I mean, everyone's walking around with all manner of webbing on their head and extra limbs. And just, you know, this bald guy from Yorkshire sat there in this tight suit. By default, he's sexier.
First of all, I think it's his voice. Especially American women, they are just enamored of his voice. They think it's the sexiest thing.
Fascinating. The entire crew going out of control.
And he carries himself with such confidence. I think that, too, is a turn-on for women.
I put it to you all. I think we shall end up with a fine crew.
The stuff that makes a star sexy is the stuff that you read about him or her and hear about him or her. It's not just what's up on the screen. And so I'm sorry. I've heard from so many people that he's like, you know, he's got quite the sausage. So that makes him a sex symbol right there.
Every woman who ever came on the set, I think, probably had a thing for Patrick.
Right now, I find you extremely. Of course, we haven't time for that sort of thing.
What sort of thing?
There was an episode called The Naked Now where the crew is infected by a virus of some kind that makes them all very horny.
Doctor, there must be a cure.
I think they had so much fun with it that it came across on the screen.
I'm a woman. I haven't had the comfort of a husband, a man.
Not now, Doctor. Please.
I think the tendency in kind of great actors is to take themselves very seriously. He clearly doesn't. He's with himself. He's not trying too hard, and that is sexy.
Once upon a time, your average female chef looked something like this.
Hello.
You must whip them up stiffly, so that they're like that, you see?
We've got a lovely piece of 8-ounce steak. I'm going to beat it. Great for sound effect. Well,
But then along came the noughties, and everything changed.
Nigella Lawson first came into our screen. She was so refreshing because here's this woman with beautiful Rubenesque curves, like nothing we'd really seen before in female chefs. Of course, before Nigella, we had Delia Smith.
This week's programme is devoted entirely to summer salads.
Delia Smith was more like a strict school teacher to Nigella's naughty schoolgirl.
I actually slightly know Nigella Lawson, and she is one of the most beautiful women I have ever seen. It's to do with the way she talks about food, which is very sensual, and she was a very dirty cook.
So now sausages in. Look at these, all fat-pearled and plump.
She's cooking very sexy foods that are high in fat. They're not PC. You know, she's not controlled with her eating, and her body's reflecting that. You know, you've got curves, you've got fantastic recipes, you've got her dipping her finger into things, you've got like mix masters going around very seductively. I mean, it unashamedly sells sex. Very, very good. There's a hint with her that if she's going to give in to food, she's obviously going to give in to other temptations, i.e. be really good and probably very uninhibited in the bedroom.
At number 57, conclusive proof you don't have to be an Adonis to be sexy.
Well, don't you think so?
You are in a bad mood.
I need a screw.
Pardon?
I really need a screw.
Gerard Depardieu is the male version of that French expression, jolie laide, when you're kind of, you know, kind of pretty ugly. You have a combination of both attractiveness and hideousness.
You silly French oaf.
Gerard Depardieu is conventionally ugly. He's a little like a Mr. Punch from a certain angle.
He's misshapen, he's lumpy, he's fat, you know.
I hesitate to say malformed, but it's not a normal face. It's all squished and squashed like a boxer's.
If you push me to be a beast, I can be a beast, so take care!
There's everything wrong, and you look and you think, you are just so attractive.
What makes him extremely attractive and a sex symbol is his love for life, what we call joie de vivre.
Naïf. Ce monument, quand le visite-t-on?
And you assume that somebody who takes so much joy at living such a full life must be a passionate lover.
Also, he does what he wants. He's given up filming. He runs a vineyard somewhere. You know, there's a kind of confidence about the guy, which is, there's a strength, and that's sexy too.
At number 56, the most beautiful babe in Bollywood, here's Aishwarya Rai.
Well, she was Miss World, I think 94, 95, round about then. And you don't become Miss World if your head looks like a 50-pence piece to you. She's got this kind of long, slender neck, and she's got these amazing eyes like marbles, really stunning, arresting eyes.
Aishwarya is very, very sexy and unbelievably beautiful. She has this sort of stunning hair, huge eyes, big lips.
Aishwarya's done the ultimate thing, really, moving from Bollywood into Hollywood. She was brilliant in Bride and Prejudice.
I'm so sorry about my mother. She can be a little abrupt.
It's all right, there's no need to apologise.
Because of her religion and stuff, you wouldn't automatically think of her being sexy, because obviously the whole point is that she's not allowed to do nudity, she has to cover up, but she still manages to convey that sexiness in a way a lot of other stars don't. You know, they have to literally strip off.
I'm so glad you came. You couldn't come to India and not see Amritsar.
No, you were right. It's very beautiful.
And obviously now she's the face of L'Oreal. It'll be interesting to see if she manages to break through Hollywood a bit more mainstream, because she is so much more beautiful than half the women there.
Mind-blowing.
12 times more volume for your lashes. Volume. Shocking. New two-step volume shocking mascara from L'Oreal Paris.
Dare to shock? You're worth it.
He's a doctor, doesn't shave, and he's a bastard. 3 tips on how to be a sex symbol.
Hello, sick people and their loved ones. In the interest of saving time and avoiding a lot of boring chit-chat later, I'm Dr. Gregory House. You can call me Greg. I'm one of 3 doctors staffing this clinic this morning.
Who'd have thought our very own Hugh Laurie would become a bona fide sex symbol? It's a far cry from his early bedroom scenes.
What it is this. Miss Glossop's young brother, Oswald, is by way of being the apple of his sister's eye.
Human nature is very mysterious.
Yeah, well, my thoughts precisely, Jeeves.
For people who know Hugh Laurie from Blackadder and Jeeves and Worcester, I mean, this is kind of what you get. It's amazing. He's so good. And he's playing American flawlessly. I mean, not a chink of English in there. And he's a sensation in America now.
So, who wants me? And who would rather wait for one of the other two guys?
Yeah, he's pulling off the American accent, which I don't understand why he couldn't just be a British doctor in America. We know you have doctors there, right? Like, you still use leeches and stuff, but he would have been taught when he came here. Whatever.
I treat you like garbage, so I must really like you. Given your Freudian theory, what does it mean if I start to be nice to you?
That you're getting in touch with your feelings.
So there's absolutely nothing I can do to make you think that I don't like you.
Sorry, no.
So which Osmond did you choose? Whilst I always had a thing for Meryl, it seems the rest of you went for the dentist's favourite, Donnie.
The Osmonds were a five-piece, the brothers, out of Salt Lake City. They were members of a Mormon family who'd been used to singing in tabernacle choirs, you know, right from their very earliest days. They featured Donnie as their lead frontman, a guy with a great set of teeth and a wonderful smile to match.
And it was Donnie who shone brighter than his siblings to become the young girl's firm favourite.
Donnie was just the right age, the right look for the type of fame that he had and still has today.
And they called it puppy love.
He's got the looks, he's got the confidence on stage, he has the stage presence. When you all stood on stage and everybody sang a solo and his screams were bigger than ours, then we finally realized, well, wait a minute, Donnie's the one to push out front.
I'd imagine there are a lot of women that thought, I want to be the one that takes Donny Osmond's virginity.
The girls were just out of their minds. And they were pounding on the doors. I remember on a couple occasions, the fire brigade here would hose them because they wouldn't get back. They used to hose them down.
It can never have been easy for Donny Osmond trying to balance the Mormon religion with the sex symbol.
Donnie avoided a lot of the compromising situations because of our belief system. You know, we're devout Christians.
Donny Osmond was not one of those guys who would be looking and leering at some of the girls in the audience and thinking about taking one of them back to his hotel room later on that night. I would have thought he went to bed with cocoa and a sandwich. Had a wank.
John Malkovich is the ultimate dangerous sex appeal. He appeals to a broader market of women. He's very interesting, he's very deep, he's incredibly smart.
He's one of the few men with sort of little or no hair that actually can carry it off and still look incredibly virile with it.
My favourite sex symbol would have to be John Malkovich in Dangerous Liaisons, because I think at that particular time he looked fantastic and he seduced with words, and I think for most women words are aphrodisiacs. I think the teasing along with that sort of, that almost hypnotic, persuasive quality that he had, I found that incredibly sexy.
Now you must leave me.
Must I? Why?
Because I'm hungry.
Yes. I've quite an appetite myself.
He was so sexy in it, but he's devastating because he's such a sadist. I mean, I think that he was sort of that was such a smooth performance of being a creepy, magnetic sadist.
I think in Dangerous Liaisons, he really looked decadent, but in a kind of divinely gorgeous way. He made it seem naughty rather than totally and utterly sinful.
You asked me if Monsieur de Bastide would be pleased with your abilities, and the answer is, education is never a waste. Now, I think we might begin with one or two Latin terms.
You couldn't help thinking, God, yeah, I wouldn't mind being seduced by him.
At 52, it's the second member of the Curtis family tonight, and no wonder with that perfect body.
Jamie Lee Curtis was just my all-time #1 teenage sex fantasy.
Of course she's sexy. Of course she's a sexy. Her mother was Janet Leigh. And her father was Tony Curtis.
Yeah, I mean, Jamie Lee Curtis is very famous as one of the Hollywood bodies.
She was the first, really, that led that pack, that healthy, strong, athletic bodies are really sexy.
Jamie Lee Curtis in Perfect was absolutely perfect. Doing thrusting, looking at John Travolta, who's taking part in her class, both thrusting at each other. Very sexual, sweaty, high energy, pretty much sex with your clothes on.
Yeah, I mean, in Trading Places, her topless scene comes as a real surprise.
She just had fantastic breasts, and every guy was going like, you see them, and then she goes like this. And so you have to pour Stillett on the bit just before she gets there.
Food and rent are not the only things around here that cost money. You sleep on the couch.
When Dan Aykroyd's down on his luck, I mean, what better fillip could you have than to see Jamie Lee Curtis's breasts from about a foot away?
2002, Jamie Lee Curtis did this photo shoot for More magazine where she stripped down to her bra and underwear, and she had no makeup, she had no hair, she had no styling, nothing. She wanted to show the readers how much work has to go in to making someone look like a sex symbol.
I honestly, I took my hat off to her. I thought it was absolutely extraordinary, so brave and so courageous to do that. You know, I wish I had the guts to do something like that if I was her. I think that was, you know, women everywhere were so grateful for that.
Coming up next are the best of our hardcore chicks, and we'll find out who's the toughest guy in Hollywood.
You're watching the 100 Greatest Sex Symbols. Stay tuned, it will be a hot one.
E4's blonde amnesiac is back, and she's remembered a thing or two.
Bad things that I did. Bad.
Memories! But now it's out with the old.
I want to do something that's actually going to help people.
And in with a new improved lady girl, with new man chums. Morning. Except he's the dude from last season.
Oops.
Suppose a new job's out of the question? So basically, she's in bed with the ex, and on the dole.
It's really hard here.
Oy vey. At least she's not still in a coma.
If I slip into a coma again, do not unplug anything.
Samantha who?
Don't you see what this is about?
I never see what this is about.
Don't miss the brand new episode, Monday at 10 on E4.
We're going to show you how small things can be mightier than really big things.
Persil Small and Mighty is like this too, because you get a mighty load of washing from one small bottle. Now available in a great value 42 wash pack.
Think you know what's in your foundation? Stop.
What's in there?
Meet our first ever pure liquid mineral foundation from Maybelline, New York. It's makeup that's good to skin. Enriched with purified microminerals, no oils, no waxes, no fragrance. So skin appears visibly improved as it covers flawlessly. Skin looks healthy, natural. That's smart. New Pure Liquid Mineral Foundation. Makeup that's good to skin. Can your foundation say the same?
Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline.
Cla. Sa. Cla. Sa. Cla.
There is only one place where you'll wish time would stand still. The Canary Islands. You deserve it.
This is the standard of clarity, brilliance, and the dazzling shine that is now concentrated in the red Powerball of new Finish Quantum. It's only dishwashing, but we believe you deserve a brilliant shine on all your dishes. Quantum, finish, the diamond standard. And now you can get the same diamond standard with our new Lemon Sparkle range.
Our 7-year warranty makes every Kia Ceed future-proof.
Because Nurofen travels to the site of pain, it works precisely where it's needed. That's why Nurofen delivers fast, effective relief and lets you get on with your life. Nurofen, targeted relief for pain.
Very simple, really easy to use.
It's so user-friendly.
There's loads of brick brands. I saved over £100 on my car insurance.
I have genuinely saved £170.
I actually saved £200. That's a lot of shoes, actually.
Oh, there's a vast improvement. It's a much better website now.
The new Confused.com website rocks.
Ta-da! The all-new Confused.com. The choice is clear.
Welcome back to the 100 Greatest Sex Symbols. Get ready to dribble, girls. It's soccer stud Thierry Henry.
Thierry on a football pitch. Looks fantastic.
It's kind of why I'm an Arsenal fan, which is terrible for some people, but it's not so much that I'm an Arsenal fan, I'm a Thierry Henry fan, and Thierry Henry, I'm sorry, he's just so gorgeous.
Thierry Henry is a gazelle. He's not a human, he's a gazelle. Nobody's ever outrun Thierry Henry, nobody's ever leapt higher or scored more dramatic goals from nothing. That's why people watch him.
I think Thierry Henry's all about, you know, coolness, you know, and suave, you know, even the way he plays football.
I love the way he looks, I love the way he runs, I love the way he speaks. I cannot resist him in that va-va-voom, those ads.
This chili has more, oh yes, than this one.
He does a commercial, a car commercial on TV, and I don't think many other footballers could sort of get away with it.
What is va-va-voom? No va-va-voom.
It's the accent thing again. You know, you just kind of think, I don't care what you're saying, but it sounds so nice and beautiful and exotic. It's those big lips, you just want to snog him.
Now, she may be Russian aristocracy, but she still gets her kit off given half a chance.
Somebody made Helen Mirren and just said, oh, let's just slap on sex appeal, you know, like coating pastry. It's just on her. It's just on her. It's got nothing to do with her shape, her size, her hair, her look. It's just there.
You kind of know that Helen likes sex. You just got to see her across a room and you know she's up for it.
Helen Mirren was already in her late 40s when she did Prime Suspect, that first aired in 1991.
Helen Mirren as DCI Tennyson, you know, carried the entire series without any doubt at all and was completely convincing.
The role that she played was that of a cop who wouldn't stand any nonsense from men. You know, she told men what to do.
These are missing girls.
Yeah. It's got missing persons report on the top on it.
Cut it out, Sergeant.
As DCI Jane Tennyson, Helen Mirren had balls bigger than space hoppers, and I think men, despite being a little bit frightened of her, probably found that quite attractive as well.
I thought she was hugely sexy in Calendar Girls and must presumably have been pushing towards 60 when she shot it.
Nobody's going to see anything, I promise you. You take the picture. Oh, I'm not quite sure how to... Oh, no, not yet. Wait. We've just taken one on the table. We'll sell a lot of calendars. Which one? Is that one? Oh, yeah, but it's very sensitive. Right. Can anyone see my nipples?
You get the feeling that even if there wasn't a strategically placed bowl of fruit or flower arrangement, she'd happily get a kit off. This is a woman totally at ease with her body, her age, her looks, and it just comes shining out of the screen.
Next up, it's the King of Cool.
Steve McQueen was the hottest guy going, just by the way he just was. I'm choking up thinking about the thought of Steve McQueen. Good grief. Now you've got me. You had me at Steve.
There was a kind of magnetism that was unforced, uncalculated. It was just there.
Are you suggesting I disclosed his whereabouts?
You believe what you want. You work your side of the street, and I'll work mine.
Well, there's no question the ultimate sex symbol that I've worked with was Steve McQueen. Women around the world went crazy for him. He was the highest paid actor in the world at one point.
Well, physically, he was really quite unremarkable. But when he turned those eyes on you, it became magic. It was practically irresistible.
I've always found Steve very generous in the three pictures I did with him. And he was always very giving, but once again, he didn't talk much. I did most of the talking. The more he talked, the less sexy he was. He always avoided talking as much as he could.
Anyone who was a figure in the 60s, McQueen seemed to have an affair with. He had an affair with Sharon Tate. He had an affair with Jacqueline Bisset, his co-star from Bullitt. He went out with Mamie Van Doorn, who was one of the great sex symbols of the late 50s. Steve McQueen I met when I was dancing at the Whiskey Go-Go. I was dancing with my hairdresser, and all of a sudden, I'm dancing and turn around, and there's Steve McQueen. I thought he was hot. He liked to do drugs big time. I did my first LSD trip with Steve, first and last. He lived on the edge.
Steve was vulnerable. That was his sex appeal. He looked like no matter what trouble he was in, you wanted to mother him and take care of him. Not me, but women did.
Johnny Knoxville proves that there is nothing sexier than heterosexual men making total assholes of themselves. It's just funny to see a show where a bunch of straight guys are engaging in sort of ridiculous, sophomoric, pseudo-homosexual behavior.
Hi, I'm Johnny Knoxville, and this is the cup test.
Almost looks like a dark-haired, older Brad Pitt version. I mean, he's got a nice face and a nice body. And, you know, even though he is kind of a jackass and a dope and a prankster, he's good looking.
Johnny Knox is a good sex symbol for dirty, wrong girls with tattoos, isn't he? He's just a really wild and crazy guy. He's not you'd never take him home to meet your mother. You'd just go out and get wasted.
But I think somewhere Johnny knows he has a nice body, and he doesn't mind taking his clothes off to be shot by some ray gun or BB gun or something.
Fire.
He probably was thinking in the back of his head, you know, let me show myself off in case Hollywood's looking. And I think Hollywood noticed. They're like, wow, he has a following, and he's good looking, and he can do stupid stuff in movies. So they did Jackass the movies, and then he was in Dukes of Hazzard, and he's just nicely segueing into a feature film career.
In the world where we're overrun with metrosexuals, Johnny Knoxville is sexy because there is no mistaking him for being a straight guy. Women love that. I think they're so confused by men who are running around smelling better than they do that when they meet a guy who's kind of scruffy and scratchy and funny and a goofball, I think women go, oh, thank God, what a moron, give me him.
Our next sex symbol, despite his recent drunken indiscretion, just wants to be taken seriously.
Mel Gibson was enormously handsome. I mean, people forget that because now Mel Gibson's a little older and his face has changed. He's still handsome, but he was really a stunner when he was younger. When he was starring in films like Gallipoli or Mad Max or The Year of Living Dangerously. I mean, better looking than Cary Grant. Mel Gibson, the thing I like about him is he's got this crazy side, which I find very attractive. When I saw him in Lethal Weapon, I mean, those are his movies. And those blue eyes, oh, he is beautiful, yeah.
Certainly the first of the Lethal Weapon movies is kind of... It's a serious movie, but he's not afraid of his sex appeal.
That's why it pays to insist on a ticket with my name on it. If you're not completely satisfied, write me, and I'll give you your money back. Who do you write and why?
It was hard for him because he was a great actor. He was a tough Australian guy, and he was a big drinker and a big partier, and here he was being positioned in Hollywood as a pretty boy and being cast for his looks, and I think he was dying to get out of that. It's come as a great joy to him that now, in his 50s, he can direct movies and show that he's not just a sex symbol.
Burt Reynolds, when he had his own hair and his own teeth, was a great sex symbol.
The first dude who really got me hot was Burt Reynolds when he posed nude in Cosmopolitan. That was it.
He might look like a cross between a village person and a 70s porn star, but once upon a time, this hirsute hunk was the ultimate macho man.
He had that mischievous grin, kind of like, just try and make me take my hands off my crotch, why don't you? You know, he had that look.
When Burt decided to do that, he really decided to do it as a joke. He did not think it was going to become as it did.
But that picture, coupled with the release of the film Deliverance in the same year, catapulted Burt to 70s sex symbol superstardom.
Hey, you know that one place there?
You know what I was just thinking?
That one spot where...
First explorers saw this country. Saw it just like us. In a canoe.
He was an outdoor adventure guy and a good guy. Yeah, I think Deliverance was what made him.
I had, over the years, quite a few times, women who would write a very passionate love letter explaining to Burt that since he couldn't be there, that they would take his photograph and they would set that up and they would masturbate so that they could have an orgasm that gave them that feeling of closeness.
Time for a modern China doll, full of Eastern promise.
I love Xi Shang. She's come from that whole school of new Chinese filmmaking, which I personally think is just taking over the world. I don't know why the Chinese film director has such an extraordinary eye for women and for dress, and it's almost harking back to that old Hollywood glamour.
Her complexion is like snow. She is very, very fine. She is very, very correct. Quintessentially, I think she is that China doll, that figurine.
I don't know if it's to do with a repressed sexuality, because we see them mainly covered up. It's almost a measured sexuality. Every little movement expresses sex.
I think she got a chance to be the first genuine, world-famous Asian pin-up sex symbol.
She's possibly the most delicate sex symbol in the entire world. Yet despite the fact that she looks like a piece of porcelain, she appears in kick-ass action movies. She's a kind of like modern-day action heroine, and she's not pneumatic and muscular, and she's not wearing tight, revealing clothing. She's wearing very traditional clothing and doing incredible feats.
Next, the only partridge with its own fan club.
I wake up in the morning and look like crap and go in and brush my teeth. And I've never walked in and gone, "Good morning, sex symbol."
I said, oh, come rock me, baby, right down to my feet. I said, oh, come on, rock me, baby.
David Cassidy rose to fame in the television program The Partridge Family, where he'd been seen as a young, emerging actor.
Come on now and meet everybody.
Suddenly, as the records got better than the initial Partridge Family records, everybody saw David in a different light. He was growing up, he was maturing, he was developing, he was 18, he was out there. Girls absolutely swamped him. You have to be red hot for the girls to want you that badly. They wanted David Cassidy that badly.
Those first few concerts that I went on, it was, you know, pandemonium.
But there were lots of little screaming, teeny boppers in the audience. David, we love you, tearing their hair. And when he would, actually come face to face with fans, they usually were totally nonplussed, sort of didn't know what to say, just, oh my God.
What would you do, Teresa, if you had the chance to meet David Cassidy in the flesh?
I don't think I'll be able to say anything. I think I'll be too nervous.
Hi there. Hi there.
Wow.
I think it was that people saw me as almost androgynous. I was sexual but safe, which of course was far from the truth.
David Cassidy wasn't totally squeaky clean, as anybody who'd ever stood outside a hotel waiting to catch a glimpse of him would know.
He would see a girl that looked a little older that he'd kind of make eye contact with, and he'd send somebody out there and say, fifth row on the end, ask that girl backstage.
A lot of fans from the old days have stuck, and a lot of them, I think, might have left and maybe come back.
Sweetness was only heartaches, camouflage.
At 43, it's every woman's favorite gigolo.
I don't think I'd ever seen anyone that beautiful before. I think he's just, in that movie in particular, it was just absolute perfection.
His body just looked, so fit. And also, he's incredibly handsome. Amazing, and he just looked as if, as a lover, he would be really, really tender. And I think he just represented every woman's fantasy. I mean, if he was standing at your bedroom door, you wouldn't hesitate.
I know why I have such a soft spot in my heart for Richard Gere. It's because I'm the generation who went to see An Officer and a Gentleman in the cinema. And it had an enormous effect upon me and my peers. When someone's imprinted on you that young, you can never quite get rid of that dark shadow on your heart.
I remember also that kind of white knight scooping, the girl up. And I mean, it was just so romantic, but at the same time masculine. And I think that's an irresistible combination for any girl.
In that outfit and, just getting hot thinking about him.
Way to go, Paula! Way to go!
I think Richard Gere is aging pretty well. I think he's still got sex appeal.
As time has gone by, he's aged brilliantly. And I love that silver hair.
Next, a lady who's had her knockers, but you voted her in at number 42.
She's definitely a sex symbol to a lot of people, particularly to the readers, I would say, of the Daily Star and various men's magazines. But she's gone a lot further than that now. She is a personality.
Jordan is a beautiful girl. She's got terrible skin, but it's an extraordinary body. And it's partly to do with the fact that she's so thin. And then got those ridiculous jugs.
She started out as this beautiful glamour model. And, she had a lovely natural body and things looked terrific, but as is often the case in the glamour industry, more is more. She's almost like something from Uber porn world.
When I started, I wanted a boob job, and it was with The Sun, and they ran a poll because nobody wanted me to have my boobs done. And it's something like 98% of people said don't do it. But me being me, I wouldn't have done it anyway. In my head, I knew how I wanted to look, and it wasn't. That's why I had 3 boob jobs.
She is extremely sexy woman, which sometimes people forget when they can't see past the pneumatic boobs and there's a bit much makeup. There's a lot of tasteless tat around her, but at times she's gone too far and sort of turned people off by being coarse.
Do you like being called my little slut?
I love being called a slut, whore, bitch.
Slut, whore.
Okay, do you like being called my little slut?
No, being slapped round the Harris.
I love it. Well, not all the time. I like it gentle and nice, but every now and again, come on, you slag, I'll treat you up. Ooh, whoa, get into it.
Jordan isn't really on my list, I have to say.
There's a difference between sex and sexy. It's like if you walk past a shop and it says the word fashion trousers on the window, you're not going to find fashion trousers in there. You know, there has to be more subtlety. You can't just advertise it. I just find that desperately unsexy.
Can I ask you a personal question?
Sure.
You smile all the time?
No.
At 41, he's the sexiest ginger of all time.
Robert Redford, apart from being one of the truly great actors and directors, can't get away from the fact that it was his good looks at that time that really were kind of, you know, making it very, very special for him. And he just had that pre-Brad Pitt look, really, you know, that kind of blonde hair that was easy looking.
I think Robert Redford, certainly in the early 70s, was just absolutely divine, just delicious.
Robert Redford and The Way We Were, can't get better for me. Sensitive, funny, he was terrific.
The Way We Were is an interesting film because it's about the Jewish girl and the WASP boy. Now, usually in films, it's the reverse. It's the Jewish boy and the blonde girl. And he looked like Adonis, even though he's really ginger. And he looked like this creature that when you're of a certain age, a certain point in your life, you walk into a room and you see this incredibly beautiful man. And you just stand there with your mouth open like Barbra Streisand does. And it's the moment from when your jaw drops, you think, God, he's just gorgeous. You know, you just stand there. She's jaw-dropped through the whole movie. And so Redford has to sustain that. I don't think anybody else has come along to actually sustain that kind of thing. Maybe we've all changed. Maybe we don't believe that about men anymore. I don't know.
Raquel Welch demonstrates that you really only need one image to become an icon. I'm thinking, of course, the image of her in 1 million years BC, where she's standing there, clothed in only an animal skin bikini. And I can't think of a more abiding sexual image over the years.
This is the way it was, 1 million years BC, starring the most publicized girl in the world, Raquel Welch. Remember the name. You can't forget the woman.
I don't think the American public had seen an actress in that brief of a costume. So when you saw this incredible body, I don't think there was a guy in the world that didn't say, who is that girl?
For an entire decade, that was one of the most famous images of female kind of voluptuousness that was in existence.
Morning, Mr. Moon. Morning. I've brought you all something to eat.
Thank you. Well, she was sort of part Latin with an excellent figure, you know, and she'd had 2 kids by then. I mean, it was fantastic, really.
Would you help me with my buttons? I seem to be off thumbs this morning.
She was seen very much as a real kind of dash of exoticism, kind of almost dangerous sexuality, a bit of edge to it. And a movie like Bedazzled, the original with Peter Cook and Dudley Moore, she'll walk into the bedroom in a bikini and it feels like this otherworldly, exotic beauty, and she represented this whole world of opportunity and temptation and sin that was out there.
Listen, would you like a nibble?
There you are. I was beginning to think you wouldn't come.
Jenna Jameson is perhaps the best-known porn star in the world today.
The reason she is so popular is that she's too hot for porn.
What do you want?
She's more of a kind of Playboy centerfold, a Perfect 10 centerfold. She's not someone you'd expect to see, you know, on the business end of a guy in a film.
Sort of seemingly almost girl next door looks, yet the ability to commit unspeakable acts of filth and pornography, yet still sort of have a smile on her face, amongst other things, at the end of it.
I'm just a love machine, and I won't work for nobody but you.
We know some gorgeous women in pornography. You know, and you see them in films, in magazines. They're gorgeous, but they're not as gorgeous as Jenna.
She's managed to write books and ingratiate herself with other sort of strands of the media, and it's that sort of affability and that sanity that she displays, which is quite unusual in the porn industry.
Not only is she the most successful porn star in the world, she's also a successful businesswoman since starting up her own company, Club Jenna.
Everything she touches is just absolutely magnetic. Her website is the most successful pornographic website on the internet. I mean, people flock to it. She's beyond any porn star that ever has been or probably ever will be.
I think she's a smart businesswoman. I mean, I think she really wants to make it. I mean, there's a lot of porn stars who just want to be porn stars and not do anything else or not dare to. And Jenna's like, hey, I don't want any limitations. I'm going to try different things.
Jenna Jameson is still making porn films despite being a multimillionaire. There's something sexy about that. You think, maybe she's in it for more than the money. Maybe this woman really likes sex. And, you know, that is very appealing.
Take a deep breath and squeeze the trigger.
After the break, some of the deadliest sex symbols of all time.
E4 salutes the man, the legend, the mighty Earl.
Thank you.
He and his pucker pals are keeping the US decent and upstanding.
Look alive.
The American dream might be a bit raggedy, but there's still junk in that trunk, baby. Yes, the US of A ain't going to the dogs just yet.
Duck!
Not while they've got fighting spirit, a shed load of firepower, and balls of chuffing steel.
Look, Randy, they're gonna die.
Go America! Brand new My Name is Earl, Thursday at 9 on E4.
Fact. Most ordinary cleaners make surfaces look clean, but they can leave bacteria behind. Dettol All-in-One cuts through tough grease better than the leading supermarket own brand bleach spray. That's why it's the #1 cleaner, and unlike ordinary cleaners, it kills 99.9% of bacteria too, leaving surfaces clean and safe. Dettol All-in-One. Dettol protects. Fact.
Tesco. Spend £50 at the till or online and get 5p off every litre at the pump. Plus, there's double club card points for every £1 you spend on petrol and diesel. Simple. You drive down to Tesco and we drive down your spending. Tesco. Every litre helps.
The House of the Dead Overkill. Absolutely fantastic said official Nintendo magazine. Out now.
By working together with farmers, we ensure that only whole cuts of British and Irish beef, top quality potatoes and farm-assured white chicken breast go into our Happy Meals. That's what makes McDonald's.
At Comet, save £61 on this Bosch washing machine, now only £238. Ready to take away today. This Toshiba 40-inch LCD TV is only $499. Ideal with a 1080p screen for fantastic picture quality. This Acer laptop is only $469. Ideal with a massive 4 gig of memory and 500 gig of storage. Comet, we deal in your ideal.
If you think you can't enjoy real dairy, think again. Find out more at lactofree.co.uk.
You know, people are always on the lookout for the best deal these days.
That's why they come direct to us.
Exactly. So when they give us a ring about car insurance, they know we'll give them our best price. But then, why don't we give them our competitors' prices as well, even if they are cheaper? Well,
Come direct to Norwich Union for your car insurance and we can tell you our competitors' prices, even if they're cheaper. Ask us and see for yourself.
Got a cold? Need help fast? Lemsip Max All-in-One starts to get to work in just 5 minutes. No hot drink works faster for cold and flu. And now available, the only max strength all-in-one liquid from Lemsip.
Welcome back to the 100 Greatest Sex Symbols. At number 38, he may not be as lithe as he was, but John Travolta has still got what it takes.
He had an appeal there, you know, it was like he was the governor in charge, you know.
Well, John Travolta was sort of perfect looking, like a great dancer, you know. He's always all together, moved like a dancer, everything.
There's a wonderful magnetism in the eyes and in his smile, and, you know, his face is just beautifully constructed.
He's just got this twinkle in his eye that is both powerful personally when you meet him and people meet him, but also on the screen.
That disco scene in Saturday Night Fever, to this day the music and his gyrating movements drove me crazy.
I think Saturday Night Fever added to John's charisma as a sex symbol because it showed that he could really dance for the first time.
Watch him dance, the magnetism is extremely powerful.
He took my step, you know, up and down and up and down. That was my signature move. He liked it so much he took it.
And nearly 2 decades later, Travolta hit the dance floor once again in cult classic Pulp Fiction, proving he's still got the moves.
Then Pulp Fiction, he came back to the whole cool thing. I can dance, I'm a little bit older now, but I've still got my rhythm there. It's just, as far as comebacks go, yeah, really successful. I mean, he kept his cool.
I asked him about the Pulp Fiction scene when he was dancing there with Uma Thurman, and he said he went for about 10 pairs of socks because where he was twisting away, it just kept making holes in the bottom of his socks.
I always imagined that he thought to himself, right, how do I get back to, you know, winning ways with the ladies? What do ladies like? They like pilots. You see Travolta now stepping off a Qantas plane in his uniform, and you think, yeah, he's pulled it back round again. He's come through the mire and he's back to sex symbol status.
Next, the child actor who became a sex symbol once he went psycho, cult hero Christian Bale.
When Christian Bale runs around naked with a chainsaw in American Psycho, you know, you kinda gotta admit, it's sexy. In a weird way, I know, but it's still sexy.
That American Psycho role of the charmer when he wants to be charming.
Work on Wall Street.
But also, when he wants just to be an utter bastard, he will be an utter bastard. That dichotomy of character is something that people really like.
You kind of want to be with him just to have the orgasm, but then you want to like slip out of bed as fast as possible so you don't get cut up to pieces, you know what I mean?
With a growing cult fan base, Christian cemented his newly found sex symbol status by landing the coveted role of Batman.
He brought that own American Psycho intensity to Batman, which the real hardcore Batman fans had been gagging for, because Batman had turned into a pantomime, and they wanted the Dark Knight back, and that is what Christian Bale brought back.
Falcone sent them to kill you.
Why?
You rattled his cage.
But you look into his eyes and there's intent there. And one of the laws of sex symbols is, you know, when there's that kind of intent and darkness and capacity for violence, there's always going to be people that find that sexy.
He's a great actor, and as you saw in Batman Begins, he's got a super hot body, and he's clever, he's entertaining, he's talented, and he's so fucking fuckable.
You cannot put Christian Bale in a category with anyone else in terms of dedication and, you know, what he puts into his roles and what he puts into his training. I've never come across anybody else that works to that degree.
And though I can hide my cold gaze, and you can shake my hand and feel flesh gripping yours, and maybe you can even sense our lifestyles are probably comparable, I simply am not there.
Imran Khan was probably my first crush. It wasn't cricket I was interested in, it was just in Imran Khan I was interested in. So I was an India supporter, but secretly wanted Pakistan to win all the time just so he'd play.
Imran Khan has had looks all along and still has them now. You know, he combined them with being a really, really good cricketer and being an extraordinarily confident, upper-middle-class Anglo-Pakistani superhero.
It's his voice.
Yeah, I will get married. I intend to. The intention is there. To whom, I'm not sure right now.
It's that whole kind of, you know, the way he's sort of laid back and he talks, and it's just so, oh, it's so beautiful. You don't actually listen to what he says, you just look at him.
There being not much sex in cricket, he was the one that garnered all those crappy headlines like, you know, Imran bowls the maidens over and Imran knocks the ladies for six and Imran pads up for a long session in the middle.
He was not only a great cricket player, but also a man who followed his conscience. And he set up his own political party and, of course, is currently a politician in Pakistan.
The biggest problem in this country is people no longer have faith in the politicians and the political system.
Yeah, he does a lot of very good work, which is actually a very attractive quality in men.
In 1995, Imran broke millions of hearts and finally got married to English society girl Jemima Goldsmith. But don't worry, ladies. Now he's back on the market.
He's managed to stave off the Asian middle-aged 5 Peshwari Naan gut so far, but I don't know. He might come back, he might have lost some hair, he might have a paunch, he might have a limp, I don't know. But if he's as good looking as he was, he won't have any problems.
Every single woman on Desperate Housewives looks fantastic. All of them are sexy in their own way. And I think it's brilliant that we're finally seeing that older women are just as sexy as younger women, if not more so.
Desperate Housewives is a show which is full of MILFs. MILF stands for Mothers I'd Love to Be Friendly with.
Desperate Housewives, all the women, there are different archetypes. So we have Susan, who's the girl next door. There's Bree, who's the ice maiden. Edie, who's just a complete blonde bombshell and man-eater. There's Lynette, who's turning into a bit of a yummy mummy. And then, of course, we have Gabrielle, who uses sex as a currency to get what she wants.
Loaded readers are most obsessed with Gabrielle.
Better hurry, we don't have a lot of time.
Who's knocking off her gardener. She's every young man's fantasy, really, when you knock that football over your neighbour's garden. I think it's her you want to see in the doorway giving you a ticking off.
While lads' mag readers might favour the obvious charms of Gabrielle, it's actually straight-laced, anally retentive Bree who is the top people's choice of a 40-something fantasy.
She's so weird and she's so emotionally repressed and I think we can relate to that very well in Britain.
The man at the desk said there were no vacant rooms. Mind if I bunk with you?
When Bree Vandekamp showed up wearing only lingerie and a fur and basically attacked her husband, it was just about the sexiest thing ever.
Sure is nice and toasty in here.
I mean, va-va-va-voo.
You look amazing. Thanks. I was hoping you'd notice.
But whoever is the nation's favourite desperate housewife, one thing is clear. Young men are now free to fantasize about women who are old enough to be their mothers.
Desperate Housewives has transformed what young men think of 40-something women. I mean, before that, all we had was Madge Bishop from Neighbours.
Next up, he was England's number 7. He's Real Madrid's number 23, and he's our number 34.
David Beckham was obviously a sex symbol, but, you know, to me personally, not anymore.
I think the world of football owes a bit to David Beckham, if I'm honest with you, because he's put the glamour into the game more so than any other player.
David Beckham is probably the ultimate sex symbol of the decade.
He scores important goals, and he's good looking. He's a lucky bastard.
The power of Beckham lies in his image. He does look very good, he's highly photogenic, and of course that's the reason why he's in such demand for modelling purposes and endorsing various products around the world.
The marketing of David Beckham has been nigh perfect. He's got all of the requirements. Were it not for his voice, would be total perfection.
I do look after myself in the mornings and before I go to bed at night.
I definitely think David is aware of how good looking he is, and I do think he is one of the people who's kind of introduced metrosexuality amongst kind of, you know, the men, but it's suddenly okay for guys to use face cream and to exfoliate, and I think all that is great.
He is a bit of a pretty boy. A pretty boy who just gets laid.
I think that if you're a guy and you are a naughty boy and you play away and you have affairs or whatever and you get caught out, I think on the contrary, I think it probably helps your sex symbolism.
I'm just kidding, Pa. She's totally faithful all the time.
Next up, a nice juicy slice of hot Spanish chorizo.
I think Antonio Banderas is so sexy because he is Latino, and we tend to associate certain things with that race. We think hot-blooded, we think impulsive, we think spontaneous.
For me, he would be, the ultimate Latin lover. You can take away the word Latin, actually. Lover will do.
It's the accent, you know what I mean? He's just like, oh, hello, ladies. How are you today?
Well, that's the way they are dancing in Madrid these days.
And literally, women's panties just fall off. And I think it's like something about the Spanish accent makes the elastic on the underwear just like come apart, and they just, the panties go down. And the next thing you know, you're married to Melanie Griffith.
I've been trying to figure out how Melanie Griffiths got him, and I didn't. I've learnt to live with it.
The word on the street is that Antonio is a really big actor. If you know.
Do you surrender?
Never. But I may scream.
I understand. Sometimes I have that effect.
The gossip is that Melanie has in their bedroom a sculpture/shrine to his member. It is so impressive.
Goodbye, señorita.
At number 32, a Southern belle who set pulses racing in the 80s.
Kim Basinger, she was sex on legs. That strip scene where she comes out and Mickey Rourke's watching her and she does that whole, with a little nightie on. It's the sexiest thing. Honestly, I don't think it's ever been surpassed by an actress on screen. I think that was the sexiest scene in the world.
At number 31, it's the Welsh warbler who always keeps his spare microphone in his pocket. At least I think it's his microphone.
For those people who like a real heterosexual macho voice, Tom Jones is up there right next to Barry White.
It's not unusual to be loved by anyone. Not unusual to have fun with anyone. When I see you hanging about with anyone.
Tom Jones picked up where Elvis Presley left off. And that was, he had the moves, he had the hips, he had the sway, he had, the swagger.
Women like Tom Jones. They love his voice. It's a very masculine voice. It's deep and strong.
If you should ever want to be loved by anyone.
Tom was a great-looking guy, a very, very powerful singer. He was another one all the girls went mad over, absolutely mad. And he loved it, Tom.
When women were throwing their knickers at him, there was none of this oh, this is awful, and oh, I'm a serious artist and we can't be doing this. He was fantastic, bring it on.
Tom has always had a formidable reputation as a coxsman. When I was hanging around with rock bands, we occasionally were in the same marquee. And he did seem to be a bit of a beast, I have to say. The girls were ferried in and out at regular intervals.
You're looking so good. I'm working all night now, mama, like I knew you would.
His manager was a friend of mine, and I was working at the Latin Quarter in New York. And he came over to see me while I was working there and asked me if I could go out afterwards. And I said, sure. I didn't know he was married. I had no idea he was married. He never... and I thought he was just, you know, free and available. The crotch drew my attention, and because he wore these very, very tight pants. I was game for that. But he was hiding something. When I saw him come out of the bathroom, I remember it wasn't the same as what was in his pants. I think something, I don't know, socks, whatever.
At 30, it's the all-American woman who didn't just make facial growths acceptable, she made them downright sexy.
Cindy has brains, she has beauty, she has height, she's got a great body. You know, she is true American Pie.
I used to love to jerk off to Cindy Crawford.
I think the mole was a good thing because in the perfection, you need an imperfection.
My attraction to Cindy Crawford was more of a pity attraction, like I thought she had a cancerous growth. And so I just wanted to save her.
She was one of the first supermodels who just started working out like crazy. She went out and made an exercise video with a trainer called Radu, and I remember that because I used to use her videos.
Now legs apart, and let's go for mini lunges, side to side. Smooth movement. Go down into a side lunge, stretching your inner thigh.
She had an exercise called the hand jobathon, which was a great one. Where it was great for the forearms. It's great for the forearms. This was a good one.
At 29, it's time to get dripping wet with Colin Firth.
Well, Colin Firth is Mr. Darcy. The scene when he's swimming in the lake in the wet shirt when he gets out is a classic.
My husband did once catch me with a remote control replaying the famous bit with the wet shirt when he dives into the lake at his house. I don't know what came over me. I can only say it was a power greater than any that I was able to control. It was just pure reactive lust.
Mr. Darcy? Miss Bennett?
I feel very sorry for Colin Firth because you know he wants to escape from being Mr. Darcy, and it's really his fault for doing it too well. You know, he won't escape it, and there's no doubt about that.
At 28, it's the sporty sex symbol who swapped 4 hands for photo shoots and made millions along the way.
Anna Kournikova is definitely a sex symbol, and it's probably because she tried to be an international tennis star for a while, but let's face it, she was rubbish.
Fortunately, she turned out to be absolutely gorgeous and willing to do loads and loads of shoots for magazines around the world, and thought, I'm a bit rubbish at tennis, I'm really good at prancing around on the beach in a bikini, let's do that for a living, and it's worked fantastically for her.
Yeah, that's it. She used TV and magazines to promulgate this image of her as a sort of pin-up tennis star, which frankly was fantastic for her income, but not for her career.
And she must be an amazing phenomenon because she must have made more money out of her looks than her tennis.
At 27, it's the iconic idol who's been a top pin-up for over 50 years.
With the possible exception of Elvis, no other male quite captures the spirit of the mid-1950s as well as James Dean.
James Dean as Cal, the wildest boy you've ever met.
You didn't look at anybody else. When you looked at that screen, you only saw James Dean.
He exudes this sensuality that makes women kind of melt.
You read too many comic books.
He's real abstract. He's different.
That's right. That's right. I'm cute, too.
Move.
Is that meaning me?
Is that meaning me? What?
He brilliantly discovered that less is more, that what you don't do, the audience will. He allowed it to be discovered, whatever the character was, whatever the mood was. He allowed the audience to impose on him their own reflections. And that made him a tremendous, iconic star.
He died in his road accident. He died of a broken neck.
It occurred on US 466 at the intersection of 41.
The really important thing about being cut off in his prime the way he was, that had the effect of keeping him forever young. If he had grown out of it, we would have grown out of him.
Do you have any special advice for the young people who drive?
Take it easy driving. The life you might save might be mine. You know?
The great thing about Cameron Diaz as a sex symbol is she's one of those rare moments where there was just one moment and her first appearance on screen, you just knew it. Sex symbol, gonna be forever, and that's the entrance in The Mask. Jim Carrey's the other character, just kind of jaw drops, and you just, male or female, gay or straight, everyone gets it, yes. And that's really, really rare. That entrance is the thing I remember about that movie. She walks in a red dress that just hugs every curve as it's meant to in slow motion. It's like 10 seconds of celluloid.
Next, it's time to kneel at the church of Tom Cruise.
This is really my most guilty secret, that I find Tom Cruise attractive, even with what I know about the Scientology and the weirdness and the control of Katie Holmes. I do think he's probably the most charismatic actor alive.
He's very, very self-aware. He knows exactly what he's doing. He knows that from the moment he slid out in his underwear in Risky Business and was doing the air guitar, you know, from that moment, he was always going to be seen as a sex symbol. So, you know, even now, he's working out and showing off his biceps in Mission Impossible 3. You know, I mean, you know, he's very conscious about the fact that he's seen as a sex symbol.
He has that kind of magnetism. It's not purely sexual, it's very much to do with the strength of character and a kind of extra glitteriness about him. He has almost disco ball eyes. He's extra radiant. It's very peculiar.
I've always thought he's hot because he's short. Tom knows he's shorter than most of the love stud muffins in Hollywood, so he tries harder. And I like that strength in him and that eagerness to please, and it comes off to me as being kind of hot.
There's something frightening about him which makes you feel you could find yourself in his power. I think that was very well exploited in Magnolia.
Respect the cock. And tame the
Tom Cruise has been a sex symbol for so long that you just knew something would happen. Lately, I think his status has changed a little bit because I think he's veering a little bit, ever so slightly, into Michael Jackson territory.
He's a very devout Scientologist. Apparently, he has ascended through the ranks to the higher echelons of Scientology, the Church of Scientology as it's called. Maybe this is in some way responsible for his rather erratic behaviour of late, you know, his spectacle on the Oprah Winfrey Show, or his rather bizarre announcement of his love for Katie Holmes.
You've never had this kind of feeling before, right? No? Obviously not.
I
I honestly, I haven't. And
Really?
I'm not gonna pretend.
I can see you're not. Do you know Katie once told 17 magazine, yes! The boy is gone.
Next up, we find out exactly what makes grown men howl.
Well, no one was more comfortable sort of just being on screen and being voluptuous and beautiful than Sophia.
She's just a very womanly-looking woman to begin with, as many Italian women, but she has an extraordinary face. It's the kind of face that every man in the world wants to kiss. It's the look in the eyes, it's the lips.
Almost Egyptian-looking, almost a Cleopatra kind of regal quality about her face, drop-dead body. And then she wins the Oscar for a gripping, gritty European art film. For those of us of a certain age, a pretty irresistible combination.
Mainly, it's her overall look. Once again, you take it apart and you say, well, her nose is too big, or something, her ass is too big, or whatever. Put it all together and it makes for a very great deal of excitement below the waist.
I think it was all about bosoms. It was an older version of Angelina Jolie in the sense of it just being hot, womanly flesh. And she was always the object of desire for all of her leading men.
But despite not getting the Hollywood roles she deserved, Sophia received an honorary Oscar in 1991 and was declared one of the world's cinema treasures.
I think she's close to 70 now, and she's still on screen looking very good, having started when she was 19. The only example I can think of that has managed to have sex appeal for 50 years on the screen is Sophia.
Watch me. I'm watching. Find out who are the hottest teasers in the music business after the break.
Coming up, the 100 greatest sex symbols of all time. I just missed the cut.
Is this Billy's funeral?
How the blinking heck do you get over the death of your bestest man chum?
You don't want to play on the big river, boys.
Make like Ray chuffing Mears and go into a ruddy great wood, that's how.
We could really die out here.
Without a Paddle, Sunday at 9 on E4.
Dad?
Yeah, mate?
Where did I come from?
Well...
Let me tell you about the birds and the bees and the flowers and the trees, the moon up above, and a thing called love.
That's so cool, Dad, because Jimmy Johnson only comes from Scotland.
And a thing called love.
I've been seeing things. What kinds of things?
You would have had a twin brother, but he died when you were both in the womb.
I'm being haunted by someone who was never even born.
He wants to be born now.
The unborn.
Wouldn't it be nice if good things lasted longer? With Vantage on your current account from Lloyds TSB, you could get great rates for longer, unlike introductory rates that just melt away. Come in and ask about our current accounts with Vantage. Lloyds TSB, for the journey.
Tesco. Spend £50 at the till or online and get 5p off every litre at the pump. Plus, there's double club card points for every £1 you spend on petrol and diesel. Simple. You drive down to Tesco and we drive down your spending. Tesco. Every litre helps.
Cheeky, cheeky, cheeky. Oh, win cash for free. CheekyBingo.com. Play for free. Win for real.
Hello, me again. Have you tried it yet? The Activia Challenge? Or maybe you're still feeling a bit bloated? Give it a go. It's so easy. Just eat Activia every day to help improve your digestive transit. Come on, see if it works for you. Or your money back.
Call the amazing new phone bar totally live. It's the great way to meet new girls on your phone today, and it's only 60p per minute. For a wicked time, call 0901 609 3777 now. Call and browse through profiles of girls who are live and online now. Talk to as many as you like. Swap voice messages and connect live one-to-one. Real girls online now, waiting for your call. Call the all-new phone bar now on 0901 609 3777 at only 60p per minute. That's 0901 609 3777.
Charity shop's going to be happy with all this stuff from your clear out.
Too true happy.
We could give away something free too. Contents insurance.
What? Oh! I thought you said free contents insurance.
Get your building's insurance direct from Norwich Union and we'll give you contents insurance absolutely free.
After what your hands go through every day, don't you think they need just a little more glamour? Fairy Clean & Care Aloe Vera and Cucumber helps look after your hands while you do the washing up. That's why glamour readers recommend Fairy Clean & Care. Sink into Fairy. Welcome back to the 100 Greatest Sex Symbols. It's time to find out who's at number 23.
In the dark days after the Second World War, austerity, misery, being told what to do by governments, suddenly the world brightened, and out of the south of France came the most gorgeous creature man had ever seen, Brigitte Bardot.
Sur la plage abandonnée, coquillages et crustacés.
Just unbelievable. I mean, the definition of a sex kitten, Brigitte Bardot.
Bardot is the template for every woman with long, tumbly blonde hair and that kind of slim shape.
I want to do the Brigitte Bardot look, you know, I'm trying.
Je me donne à qui me plaît, ça n'est jamais le même mais.
One of the great films was called And God Created Woman. Not women, woman. She was it.
Alors tu te lèves tout mouillé. Tu veux que je te porte?
I think the problem with Bardot, if there is a problem with Bardot, is that her movie career never produced a masterpiece film.
Bardot never made the transition to Hollywood and just made strictly European films, and she was seen as probably a little bit too risque for Hollywood in any case.
Je ne m'emporte pas plus bête.
I think Brigitte Bardot has aged as you would expect her to. I mean, she's remained au naturel. I mean, she's let age take its toll. She hasn't gone off to some plastic surgeon to get a hoist.
I'm not going to do one tummy tuck. I'm not going to have one cheek implant. I'm doing nothing. I'm just being me, and I got my life, and I'm going to live it the rest of my life. I happen to think it's sensational and think she's fabulous, but then again, I think she's mythical. I don't think she's from our planet. I think she's from the planet Bardot.
Pamela Anderson is the ideal boyhood fantasy because she is cartoonish femininity, just taken to the nth degree.
Pamela Anderson, when she first started, I remember seeing an episode of Baywatch, and it was her first episode. And I remember looking at the TV going, that girl is so beautiful. And they're letting her talk.
Take Pamela Anderson, put her in a red swimsuit, and make her run on the beach. End of story. Of course Baywatch is a hit. It's like, it's jiggle TV at its finest.
She just made an amazing name for herself, starting with Playboy and then with Baywatch. And I think if you go anywhere in the world, you say Pamela Anderson, I think everybody knows who she is.
She was doing a beer commercial in Canada, and she was noticed by one of our Playboy scouts and was called into this office that we're in right now in Santa Monica and was asked to do a test shoot, and she became Playmate. And, you know, she was on our cover 11 times in various incarnations, and her breasts got bigger and her hair got blonder and her makeup got thicker, and she was like a Brigitte Bardot on steroids.
She might be the one that's kind of chasing her sex symbol image. Going bigger with the boobs, blonder with the hair, more with the lips, more makeup, trying to maintain what she thinks is a sex symbol status.
She had definitely an interesting personal life, especially with Tommy Lee and the whole sex scandal, the tape. You know, people will keep talking about her.
Pamela Anderson's sex tape didn't detract from her wonder and her fame. You know, we can see her in all of her glory, you know, albeit grainy, and she still looks fantastic. And because it's Pammy, we still love her.
After seeing Pamela Anderson and Tommy Lee going at it, I felt a closeness and intimacy to them that I feel to very few other stars, because I haven't seen other stars naked and shaved as I have them. And I've never seen any other man drive a boat with his penis. She's proven that you can have a porn tape come out, and it doesn't ruin your career. It only kind of enhances your ridiculousness in some ways and your sex appeal. And she is kind of a ridiculous sex symbol.
At 21, we find out who's the spy you loved.
I think all women are a bit in love with James Bond. The idea of a tall, dark, handsome spy, an educated one, somebody who knows how to mix a cocktail and smoke a cigarette in a sophisticated way and can save your life and is licensed to kill. Oh, it's just perfect, really, isn't it?
It's the danger. And it's the man that faces danger and then sits down and has a drink and doesn't say, look what I've just done.
He's very British and debonair and, you know, beautifully suited and very elegant, and he has a great sense of humor, and at the same time that he's loving you, he's probably going to kill you.
Upper class English speech is so sexy in a man. They can say, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay.
Bond. James Bond.
6 actors have now officially played Bond, every one of them bringing a different kind of sexiness to the role.
My name's Bond. James Bond.
I was a bit too close to Roger to really be objective about it, but I think as Roger got really comfortable about being Bond, I think what he brought to the character was much more humor.
Such a delicate touch.
Sheer magnetism, Danny.
I liked Pierce Brosnan. I thought he had great charm and was just the perfect age for it.
I'm just up here at Oxford, brushing up on a little Danish.
Little?
Daniel Craig has filled the role more than adequately, but he's got a lot to live up to when it comes to the sexiest Bond of all time.
I just don't understand how anyone can give any different answer to the question who's the best Bond than Sean Connery.
For my money, Sean.
I've not met a woman yet who hasn't fancied him. Never.
Can I do something for you, Mr. Bond?
Just a drink. A martini, shaken, not stirred.
I think it's just obvious to see when you watch a Connery James Bond that the women actually, actively fancy him, that they feel that spark. And I don't think any of the other Bonds quite implied that.
Shocking.
Up next, it's Stoke-on-Trent's answer to 007, and he's licensed to thrill.
I think Robbie is a big sex symbol because he kind of, almost demands that people love him. He demands that everyone loves him, whether you're a man or a woman or a child or a granny. He wants your love, and he's out there working it like a showman to get it.
I think the secret of Robbie Williams' sex appeal is that he's a sort of cheeky, funny, slightly tortured soul. He's kind of there's a little boy quality to him. There's a sort of maternal thing that kicks in with a lot of women with Robbie, that you just think, oh, come on, stop taking drugs and being an idiot. Come here and I'll make you a pie.
The sexiest thing that Robbie Williams ever did was stop shaving his chest hair. Back in the Take That days, when they were all these kind of hairless little boy wonders dancing away, their only appeal was to prepubescent girls and gay men. You know, then he kind of, you know, lost the plot and got into fights with Liam Gallagher and all that, and everyone thought he was such a twat. But when he kind of came back, he was suddenly this growing man. Sexiest moment forever will be in the Rock DJ video, where he kind of strips down. There he is, great body, the chest hair's all back. He rips the pants off to stand there in a pair of underwear with a big tiger on the crotch. I mean, it was cheeky and it was cheesy, but it was dead sexy.
Now on Channel 4, it's time to visit rural Ireland in Ballykissangel.
So tell us, what would your dad say if he knew you were up here?
He wouldn't like it, you know that. He thinks you're bad for me.
What do you think?
I'm here, aren't I?
I was 16 years old. I just got this brilliant job at the BBC, and then this is Colin, you'll be playing your boyfriend. And I was like, wow, you what? I got to kiss Colin Farrell quite a lot, and it was fun. It was nice. We had a laugh doing it. He's a good kisser. You know, it's a tough job, but someone's got to do it.
But rural Ireland wasn't exciting enough for Colin, and after acting legend Kevin Spacey very generously helped Colin get an agent in Hollywood, he immediately started getting up to mischief.
And when I tell everybody back home that I'm going to be interviewing you, they're like, oh, bad boy Colin Farrell.
Oh, crazy bad boy. Wow,
You've never
crazy.
done anything bad in front of me.
What
You're
would
as
I
good
do
as
bad,
gold.
man? What am I going to do? Jock you, tell you you're what am I going to do that's bad? You know what I mean?
As soon as he arrived, he started having sex with strangers, had an orgy in his hotel room, according to him. He started leading that life. Colin played the Irish card very strongly, always has. He said himself there's no harm in being Irish in Hollywood. People love it. And he can do anything in that role. He can be rough, he can swear, he can smoke. He can do all the things that Americans in LA don't allow themselves to do. He can be very naughty indeed, and they think it's charming.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. Oh, I'm in love right now. Baby.
I think he is incredibly experimental sexually, and you know all the rumours that fly around about Colin Farrell is that he certainly doesn't have a type.
He's got a high sex drive as well.
You're right.
Which line says that?
I ain't no expert, but it says you're gonna have some sex real soon.
Yeah?
He's got younger women, he's got older women, you know, he's kissed a transvestite. He's done all the things that, you know, in your, you know, deepest, darkest moments, if we dared to do it, you know, that would be the sort of thing that you do.
And then, of course, last May, there was the great Dame Eileen Atkins. They were in South Africa making a film called Ask the Dust, and he pestered her for sex.
3 weeks before my 70th birthday, a simply stunningly gorgeous big film star, aged 28 years old, came to my hotel room for sex without strings.
No!
Yes, yes. And I spent 2.5 hours saying no.
Debbie Harry was one of the sexiest, raunchiest performers that I ever saw. She always looked like the sort of girl any self-respecting man would really fancy. But fancy in a one-night stand sense. This you wouldn't want to take home to mom. This you wouldn't want to marry. This you would want to bed.
There was a lot of danger with Debbie Harry because she was into rock and roll. You knew she was doping and whoring and sleeping around and picking her men and kicking them out. And that was that great.
Without any underwear, which was obviously very enticing to lots of the 16 and 17-year-old boys who were in the first 6 rows at the Hammersmith Odeon, like I was.
And let's not forget the hair. That peroxided blonde hair, which was kind of destroyed by the peroxide, but at the same time, super sexy with the light just shining straight through. It made you look right at her and concentrate on nothing but Blondie.
Elf versus man? Which is sexier? Well, As no one could decide, here's both.
Lord of the Rings certainly made Orlando Bloom and Viggo Mortensen like stars. But I think, you know, it catapulted them into completely different stratospheres of sex symbol. Orlando Bloom kind of became the girl's favorite sex symbol, but Viggo Mortensen became the woman's favorite sex symbol.
Uncanny. The White Wizard approaches. Do not let him speak. He will put a spell on us.
Lord of the Rings is entirely responsible for making Viggo Mortensen and Orlando Bloom sex symbols. Viggo Mortensen was already a respected actor. It's a bit of a reputation for being quite difficult to work with, being quite intense and arty, whereas Orlando Bloom was pretty much straight out of acting school. Obviously, he has the looks and a certain kind of, you know, elfin charm.
Orlando Bloom is one of those people who's great for women who'd like to try lesbianism but aren't quite brave enough, because he's got that very girly look. So it's almost like you're fancying a girl, but not quite.
Viggo was more of the animal, more of the beast. So it was kind of Beauty and the Beast, where, you know, you could have your pick, one or the other. I'm sure a lot of women would have liked to have both of them at the same time.
I mean, I can't even begin to imagine how anyone found Orlando Bloom's character in Lord of the Rings even remotely sexy. He looks like such a poof with that like long blonde hair and that pretty boy demeanor. It's like, oh, never send a boy to do a man's job, and that's why I think Viggo Mortensen really cleaned up on the sexy scale.
Viggo Mortensen in Lord of the Rings just made him explode. He just blew up. He took, I don't think he expected that kind of attention. He came out of it with a whole new set of female fans.
Sarah Michelle Gellar played Buffy, the Vampire Slayer. That was a woman named Buffy who slayed vampires.
It's a strange program. It was phenomenally popular because it kind of hit on this mix of the occult as well as some young nubile blonde girl doing a lot of high kickings and stabbing people. And so there was gore and sex and a strangely kind of all-American hero coming through it all.
You know, women in sci-fi shows are always sexy, and I think it's the kicking. It's just a cheap way to see women spread their legs. It's like we've tricked them. Like, no, you're just kicking them. Nothing sexual here.
She's pliable. Oh yeah, she can bend, you know what I mean? And any woman that can kick her legs and do somersaults and all that stuff, we kind of think to ourselves, if she can do this in a graveyard, what can she do in my room?
The other thing that she's really known for is her bit in Cruel Intentions, where she's fantastic. She just suddenly came out with lines that men had been dying to hear forever.
You can put it anywhere.
Sarah Michelle Gellar and Selma Blair go to Central Park for lunch, and then Sarah Michelle Gellar kisses Selma Blair in this fantastically erotically charged scene. And it's one of the great all-time performances with no words.
She's big. She's a 6-footer, and it's well documented that she has size 11 feet. So if you can get around that and still find her attractive, then you would have voted for her.
Uma Thurman's height wasn't all that got her notice when she hit the big screen in Dangerous Liaison.
There wasn't anybody with a pulse who wouldn't completely stop whatever they were doing and say, my God, who is that?
She just has this really vulnerable quality, and this wonderful scene where she disrobes and is naked has a real vulnerability and frailty to it, as well as she's just incredibly beautiful.
You see, if I do my work adequately, I would like to think you'll be able to surprise Monsieur de Bastide on his wedding night.
Would he be pleased?
Of course.
Uma Thurman is as much a kind of fashion icon, a style icon, as she is a sex symbol. And if you think about some of her key roles, she's a heroine to young females as much as she is a pin-up for young boys.
I think my personal favourite is Pulp Fiction. I loved the kind of chemistry between her and John Travolta. And I thought it was really fantastic the way she changed her hair.
Don't you hate that?
Hey, what?
Uncomfortable silences. Why do we feel it's necessary to yak about bullshit in order to be comfortable?
I don't know. That's a good question.
And the thing about Uma Thurman is that she doesn't have to do a lot to look incredibly
sexy. She doesn't have to take all her clothes off. She doesn't have to cover herself in makeup. She's a cross between Bruce Lee and Audrey Hepburn. She has a porcelain face, but she looks tough. Obviously something which has been exploited by the Kill Bill films.
There's only one sexy thing about Alan Rickman, and that's the voice.
Join us. Never. Join us or die.
I think if Alan Rickman spoke like David Beckham, he wouldn't be a sex symbol.
If he's playing a villain, you get this tremendous sense of power by the way he just chews that language, bites on those words.
If you fail, I will personally remove your lying tongue.
He somehow has a unique ability to play somebody who should make your flesh crawl and be like sort of picking lice out of your hair and make it sort of magnetic and sexy.
Cancel the kitchen scraps for lepers and orphans. No more merciful beheadings. And call off Christmas.
I think that combination of the villainous look, the snarling, sneering look, with a very cultured, actorish, rich voice.
You, Myram, 10:30 tonight. You, 10:45. Bring a friend.
And that's quite an exciting combination.
He's really worked on that voice, and I know lots of men who've done that deliberately, and it works. It works, because in the end, what you say gets right inside our head. Penises come and penises go, but words stay in there forever.
At 13, it's the silver screen legend whose violet eyes hypnotise millions of male fans all over the world.
I think Elizabeth Taylor has to be one of the all-time great icons of the 20th century.
Elizabeth was the most incredible screen goddess that we've ever encountered.
The ultimate glamour girl, you know, with that jet black hair and the beautiful blue eyes, or violet eyes that they used to say.
All the features were perfect. The little turned-up nose, her jaw was strong but not overly strong.
She also had extraordinarily mammoth breasts at a time when you just couldn't go out and buy them for a few £1,000.
She was beautiful. She was great. In fact, I even sued her and she still was nice to me.
Very often, Liz Taylor's life has been more interesting than her career, and Cleopatra was an example of that. During the shooting, she fell for Richard Burton, Mark Antony, and their affair hit the headlines.
You come here then running over with wine and self-pity to conquer Caesar.
So long now. You filled my life. Like a great noise that I hear everywhere in my heart.
The on-screen chemistry between her and Richard Burton in Cleopatra was the thing that made people want to watch it, not the dialogue or the story. They were two beautiful young actors, clearly with a sexually charged relationship, and people were riveted to it.
Madonna is the most important, influential sex symbol for women ever. She really broke barriers for us.
To be the real deal and tick all the boxes is incredibly hard to do, and keep on doing it until you become 47 is something extraordinary.
I think that all of that, the sex and the more sex that came along with Madonna, was her. Because face it, you know, she was with men, she was with women. I mean, she was with everybody but dogs and cats at one point in life. Yeah, I'm just being honest. I mean, everything about her was sex, and more sex.
Without a doubt, Madonna was a role model for me because I grew up in a very strict Catholic family, kind of like Madonna. I had the same communion picture. And, you know, sex was a big no-no. So when Madonna came on the scene, it changed Jenny McCarthy forever.
I think when she did the Blonde Ambition tour, it was 1990, in that incredible rocket comb bra designed by Jean-Paul Gaultier. I mean, it was just jaw-droppingly incredible because it was so uber sexy and no one had ever really done it before.
There was a time when Madonna was a sex symbol, but I think sort of since about 1990, the symbolism of her work became so shoved in your face, she became so self-consciously postmodern and clever, that now we're left with this very sort of hard, empty kind of image. You see her in the Hang Up video and she looks like she's desperately trying to prove something. There's not a single bit of fat or a single smile or a single anything that's spontaneous left. And she looks a bit sort of like a sort of Puerto Rican transsexual prostitute.
As she's pushing 50, her looks might be fading, but there's no sign of Madge letting up just yet.
I think Madonna is gonna keep that sexy image until my homegirl can't walk anymore. As long as she can put on some fishnets and some stilettos, she gonna be up there boogieing with the best of them.
Probably the most magnetic screen actor I've ever seen in my life was Marlon Brando.
The young Marlon Brando, nobody could touch him. Sexy, brooding, sensitive.
Marlon Brando's features, his sloppy lips, the way he smoked a cigarette, the way he wore a cap, leather jacket, the motorcycle, hot.
He had a magnetic force on the screen that women just wanted to be in bed with him from the moment he walked down before he opened his mouth.
I think it's a juxtaposition of this sort of brute body and this incredibly beautiful face, like a Michelangelo drawing. It was an incredibly sensitive face, and you didn't expect that face with that body or that body with that face.
When Marlon Brando played Stanley in Streetcar, they knew what they were doing. They tore his singlets and had him busting out of his clothes and greasy and dripping with sweat. Everybody had an idea that this was animal sexuality.
Hey, you mind if I make myself comfortable? My shirt is sticking.
Please do.
Be comfortable. That's my motto up where I come from.
It's mine, too. It's hard to stay looking fresh in hot weather. Well, I haven't washed or even powdered. And here you are.
Well, you know, you gotta be careful. You're sitting around a damn thing catch you cold. Especially when you've been exercising hard like Bolin is.
He could flirt with the camera in a way that other actors had never done. And in fact, he adopted a kind of transsexual persona with the camera as well.
Wild One was the more extreme image, I suppose, because it was the kind of leather jacket. It's become such a kind of camp cliche now, and the biker boy image has become so associated with gay subculture that you can't really look at it with a straight face. Being that beautiful was a curse, and I think that for men of that generation, especially, I think it was such a new idea, you know, to be pin-ups in the way that women were pin-ups. And I think by the time he was a bit older, he actually hated that image that he'd created and wanted to destroy it. And what better way than that than to pile on 200 pounds, you know?
We've been indulged by your pick of the most gorgeous men and women on the planet, and there's still the top 10 to go. Stay tuned to find out who are the greatest sex symbols of all time.
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome to our Fortress of Solitude.
So what do you and the boys doing here?
We don't let nothing come between us yet. Why don't you want to be friends with us? Cook hasn't got any friends. Mate, try to stay my porridge if you want. But I'd say even Jay's got a better chance than you.
Brand new Skins, Thursday at 10 on E4. Uncover a world of gentle fragrance with beautiful scents like olive blossom and cotton extract. Get back to nature with a new Comfort Naturals range.
Monkey, you know what you always say? There's no other tea to beat PG.
Yes?
Well, if you're lying. Like when you said there was an angry owl in the biscuit cupboard.
OK, Topster, pay attention. PG Tips uses pyramid bags, so if we test one against a round tea bag...
And a digger.
Yes, and a digger. You'll see the tea's got more room to move, freeing the taste for a perfect cuppa.
Ta very much.
Hey!
The student has become the master.
Got my hair, got my head, got my brains, got my ears, got my eyes, got my nose, got my mouth, I got my smile. I got my arms, got my hands, got my fingers, got
Forget fad diets. Fat-free Muller Lite made with real fruit and as much calcium as a glass of milk means you can eat happily ever after.
We all want our kids to have something for breakfast, like toast. But what do we put on it? Nutella. Surprisingly, each 15-gram portion contains 2 whole hazelnuts, some skimmed milk and cocoa. And Nutella releases its energy slowly. Wake up to Nutella.
Got a cold? Need help fast? Lemsip Max All-in-One starts to get to work in just 5 minutes. No hot drink works faster for cold and flu. And now available, the only max strength all-in-one liquid from Lemsip.
Truly remarkable. An extremely rare foothill gorilla in its natural environment. What can this shy, noble creature teach us about our own human development?
There's a new winner every minute at winkbingo.com.
What if there was a Weight Watchers plan you could do completely online? What if it had tips, tools, and more than 1,000 recipes your whole family could enjoy? What if it showed you how to eat your favourite foods and still lose weight? Sign up today, get 2 weeks free trial, and discover Weight Watchers online for yourself.
Light, crispy rice crackers. Cool, creamy Philly. Zingy sweet chili dip. Philadelphia Splendips. 3 steps to heaven.
Whether you want to improve your skills or find the right childcare, whether you want to do some volunteer work or find out your parental rights, DirectGov is the website to point you in the right direction. DirectGov. Public services, all in one place.
Welcome back to 100 Greatest Sex Symbols. Enough teasing and titillation. It's time to find out now who's made it into the top 10 sex symbols of all time.
She was in the sexiest opening film shot of all time. And that close-up took her to the next level.
Scarlett Johansson is very definitely 100% blonde bombshell, and she's very different from the slightly interchangeable sort of stick insect leading ladies that tended to come out of Hollywood in the last 5 years.
They're hot, they're sexy, they're this, they're that. Mostly they're just very yawn. And then there's Scarlett Johansson. And she packs that kind of punch and old-fashioned, huge glamour and sex appeal.
How long have you been married?
Oh, thank you. 2 years.
25 long ones.
You're probably just having a midlife crisis. Did you buy a Porsche yet?
You know, I was thinking about buying a Porsche.
She's so comfortable with her sexuality. She's quite happy to look sophisticated and glamorous. And when you see her on the red carpet, she's got poise and elegance. And it really is quite old-fashioned. And I think for that reason, it's refreshing.
On the one hand, she's exquisitely beautiful, and she tends to often wear fashions which reference the past. But then she has those lips which are so much bigger than would have been allowed in the 50s. So it's like imagining some classic film beauty, but then with a sort of revved up sexuality quotient.
Now the only man who can look sexy impersonating Keith Richards whilst dressed as a pirate.
You, sailor.
Cotton, sir.
Mr. Cotton, do you have the courage and fortitude to follow orders and stay true in the face of danger and almost certain death? Mr. Cotton, Answer, man.
Johnny Depp is the ultimate sex god of all time. You can keep James Dean, you can keep even Elvis Presley. Just in terms of raw sex appeal, just Johnny Depp every single time.
What is there not to like about Johnny Depp? Obviously, he's as good looking as Adonis. I mean, he's just blissfully beautiful. But he hasn't compromised, he hasn't sold out his appeal.
When he was in 21 Jump Street, which was the teen detective drama he started out in, he was a teen heartthrob. A very basic, straight down the line, good-looking teen heartthrob.
Hey, are you old enough to be a cop? You look just like that kid in Pretty in Pink.
Yeah, but we don't let him wear pink anymore. Attracts attention.
And he left that because he said, I don't want to be another piece of Hollywood meat. And he left it to go and do things like Edward Scissorhands and Cry Baby and those early roles that he did, which were done by weird little directors. In doing that, over the years, he's become a sex symbol again. He tried to stop being a sex symbol, but actually, in trying to stop, in being a rebel, he became a sex symbol all over again.
He is as good looking as Brad Pitt, without a doubt, but he is constantly, throughout his career, been more interested in characters and doing roles which challenge him. And you just end up liking Johnny Depp even more for being brave enough to just take on a low-budget film role dressed as a woman. You know, careers can be lost by this, surely.
Johnny I had known for a long time. I had a chance to work with him on Ed Wood, and he just knew everything about the character and just loses himself in the character.
One of the many films that Johnny Depp and Tim Burton have made together is Ed Wood. Johnny Depp turned that character, kind of ran with it, into someone just so lovable and kind of cute and sweet, and, you know, you just want to forgive him everything.
How long have you been doing this?
Since I was a kid. My mom wanted a girl, so she used to dress me in girly clothing. It just became a habit.
Johnny Depp is an example of, and George Clooney be another, is that 40 is the ideal time for a male sex symbol. You know, he's paid his dues, he's earned his keep, he's done the work, he's gone through pin-up and survived.
Come on, I'm going to the studios. Okay. Have you learnt your lines yet? What lines?
Once upon a time in a land far away, there were two pop princesses. Sadly, there's only one Minogue who's really got what it takes down under.
It must be so hard being Danny Minogue, because, I mean, this sort of, you know, your two sisters, you both sort of, you know, doing your little stuff at school when you're a kid, and then sort of have these periods where your careers are almost parallel, and then for Kylie just to sort of go woof and go supernova, and she's always been left there in the shadows.
It's always suggestion with her. Rather than sort of a Madonna-type wave of this new sexuality coming out. Kylie always managed to stay this side of vulgar, but there was always a fantasy element, and that's her attraction.
Kylie is a survivor. I think that's why a lot of people love her so much. I watched her when she was in Neighbours, which had the bubble perm, and to see the transformation of her when she was hanging out with Michael Hutchence, when her music started getting a bit raunchier, a bit dirtier. And now in her 30s, she seems much more refined. She seems very comfortable with who she is, and is actually much more of a glamorous person as opposed to just being a sexy person.
She was trained to develop that bottom. And the thing about that bottom is it's tiny, because you couldn't have a bottom like that was any bigger. She's an elf. But when an elf is photographed the way she is, then you get a completely different impression.
I think the reason Spinning Around has become such a kind of legendary video, I think you've got to look at it. It's not just about the way she looked, but it's also the fact that she'd gone back to pop music, and it was the relaunch of Kylie. So they didn't just relaunch her as maybe as a sex symbol, but also as a queen of pop.
If there's a heaven and I'm in it, then so is George Clooney.
He makes you feel really sexy and attractive.
He's got those classic silver screen good looks, just like Cary Grant.
Isn't it brilliantly kind of George Clooney not to get married? I think that's so considerate of him.
Not to disappoint everyone out there in the UK, but he's actually known for getting around a lot.
Yeah, he likes his pussy.
There's a moment in the second season of ER, it's about the third or fourth episode, where George Clooney became a sex symbol, just in one moment. And it's an episode that was dedicated to him, where a kid gets trapped.
I'm gonna get you out of here, all right? I promise you that. You gotta do me a favor, okay? You gotta trust me.
James Bond rescuing a kid, and that's where he had his classic kind of short haircut. And right then, a sex symbol was born. The movie that kind of made him a sex symbol, a movie sex symbol, was Out of Sight.
I was thinking the same thing. I kept thinking, what if we took a time out? Because just spent some time together.
That's probably still his sexiest role, because that you're talking to a guy who's just really smooth, always knows all the angles.
George Clooney will always rank. I mean, even when he's over the hill, when he's, he's got man tits and his eyes are sagging and he's balding and he stops getting the hair plugs and, liver spots on his hands, he'll still be near the top of that list.
Hi, I'm Lara Croft.
Time for a virtual vixen now. Come on, boys, get those joysticks out.
Give the world these state-of-the-art graphics, and the world will do what the world always does with state-of-the-art technology, which is to find a way to turn it into something to do with sex. And the first thing they did was, right, let's invent a game character with pneumatic breasts and a 6-inch waist and hot pants. And this collection of pixels became an absolute modern icon of sex appeal.
Nice footwork. Why, thank you. Lara Croft was a new kind of sex symbol because she wasn't there, in some skin-tight gown. Instead, she was in sort of macho clothes, but her body was sort of bursting out of them.
At the time, everyone was making games. All of the main characters had to be big, bulky blokes, and they generally had to be American as well, because that was what apparently was the only thing that sold. So Lara Croft was really just reactionary to everything that were the trends at the time.
I think Lara Croft looked like every schoolboy's fantasy of a girl, and but they could make her run down corridors and shoot things and climb, and so they could have all their action-adventure fun, but they also could be looking at this gorgeous girl the whole time instead of some big hunky, commando.
And there were internet rumors galore that there were hidden scenes. If you find codes, there'd be a naked Lara somewhere, and people must have spent days locked in their bedrooms, desperately hacking every button,
It was a highly, highly sexual image and a fierce image, which psychiatrists tell me is a very common male fantasy, that they like the idea of the aggressive woman because it seems that she would be sexually aggressive and would be rushing over to sort of take off their clothes.
We've probably kind of entered a whole new world where whether or not sex symbols are actually human will be almost immaterial.
He's topped sex symbol lists for some years and proving he's still got pulling power at number 5.
I love Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt is one of those sex symbols that universally people want to sleep with.
Like most straight guys, if you really put them down to it, be like, yeah, I'd fuck Brad Pitt.
A lot of it is that instead of a handsome face, he has a beautiful face. It's almost feminine, it's so pretty.
Oh, he just works out, doesn't he? He must have about 7 personal trainers. I bet he doesn't actually do any of the working out. I bet the personal trainers just actually move his bum up and down several times.
Brad Pitt's big break came from his role in Thelma and Louise as the Gigolo. I do remember that scene vividly, not for the dialogue, not for the action, but just for Brad Pitt's ample, muscular chest that was completely ripped and toned, and there was a shot of his gorgeous little butt in those tight jeans, and I think it had women all over the world salivating.
But while Brad has a beautiful body and a fanciful face, he's not called Pitt for nothing.
Well, I think Brad Pitt's had a problem with some acne in the past, which has left him with a few scars and marks on the surface of his cheeks, particularly.
Brad Pitt's skin isn't perfect? No? God, I never noticed that before. Oh, who cares?
Brad's marital woes hit the headlines in 2005, but it hasn't affected his sex symbol status one bit.
Angelina Jolie is very lucky. I'm not hating on her like everybody else saying she was a home wrecker, because I never understood what Brad Pitt was doing with Jennifer Aniston anyway.
The fact that he has caught her is so appealing because you know she is teaching him some dirty, naughty things.
Beyonce knows it's the finest thing walking. She's got it all.
She's got great assets. She puts them on show, up in the forefront. There's no messing. She is the full Monty.
Every guy I know loves Beyonce. I don't know any guy who doesn't love her, you know, or want to get with her.
I would definitely not kick her out of bed. No way. Not even for fun.
I think the effect that Beyonce has on young men is to hypnotise them. It's like watching a bag of cobras wriggle around.
I have a joke with her. I said, you can just wake up and do this to your face and you'll be beautiful, you know, and that's how pretty she is.
Oh, no, no. Uh-oh. Because the Crazy in Love video with the hot pants, and she's on the floor and she's got a leg like this and she's like, you know, just, whoo.
Such a funny thing for me to try to explain. How I'm feeling and my pride is the one to blame.
Beyonce appeals to men who particularly are bottom men.
Beyonce's done great things for women with fuller figures. They accept the fact that they can be fuller figured and they just have to tone up.
I love women with a bit of meat. You know, I don't like skin and bone. I like, you know, it's like you could hold on to.
She's the luckiest girl in the world. That Matthew Knowles and Tina Knowles, they made a pretty-ass baby. That's really what it is in a nutshell.
Next, another girl with all the right curves. Boop, boop, be doo. And she was a size 14.
She was like whipped cream on screen. I mean, you're just something you wanted to lick up and love and put it all over yourself.
I thought she had an amazing figure. I loved her body shape, you know, that very voluptuous, soft. I mean, she's so unique. There just has never been a sex symbol like Monroe.
The appeal of Marilyn Monroe is frozen in stills. I think her impact is far greater as a photographic sex symbol than as a film sex symbol. She was an amazing subject.
Of all the sex symbols whom I have photographed, probably people are more interested in knowing about Marilyn than any other. She was so sexual when I was photographing her. She had a luminescence that was, well, out of this world. The extraordinary thing was on that evening, Marilyn looked at me at the end of our discussion. She said, I know what we should do. You should get a camera and look straight down at me, and I'll be on a bed, and I'll have nothing on but the sheets in the bed. She did my job for me, really, because I would never have dared say that to her.
Marilyn was a girl that was around Hollywood when I first got there. Not only was she very sexy, but lovely, but in person she was a blank. I mean, she had to become Marilyn Monroe in the makeup department and in the hair department.
You're not giving yourself a chance. Don't fight it. Relax.
I think the great surprise really was Some Like It Hot, where she suddenly appeared to be a very funny woman. She hadn't been, before that, used in a comic way very often. And I think she was just another Hollywood sex symbol, until they realized that here was somebody quite extraordinary.
Sadly, the last comedy Marilyn was to star in was never completed, but recently released footage shows Marilyn in all her glory.
She was only a few months away from her death. She was only 36. But here she is being tremendously vivacious, very funny, very sexy. And of course you can see in what good shape she is, in fact. She had the courage to do that at a time when it wasn't very common. And I think above all, what you get from this clip is a sense of her intense vivacity, her joy for life. I don't believe that her life was a tragedy. I think it was a triumph, really, of this orphan girl surviving, being discovered really by a photographer, and being taken then into the bosom of Hollywood studios. She was, in many ways, a success story.
Good night, sugar. Good night, honey.
At number 2, it's the man who gets women all shook up, and some men too.
You ain't nothing but a hound dog.
You ain't nothing but a hound dog. You ain't nothing but a hound dog.
It's very difficult to put Elvis in any other entity other than probably the greatest male sex symbol of the 20th century.
I think Elvis is one of the sexiest men ever, actually, to be honest. And I think, again, he had kind of massive appeal to very young women who kind of fainted and swooned the moment they saw him, to their mums, to their grands as well. His appeal was huge, I think.
There never was before, there never will be, and hasn't been afterwards, anybody to captivate a female audience like Elvis Presley.
I know that
I think universally he should be crowned not only the king of rock and roll, but yeah, the king of male totty.
Did you ever see that boy move?
Elvis, his performance was quite X-rated on the stage with the gyrating and the lip curling and the thrusting. I don't think anyone else was doing that at the time.
The gyrations of Elvis Presley on American television were causing outrage all over the country, particularly in the southern Bible Belt where they just couldn't hack it at all.
Elvis's movements were good, even off stage. You know, he just had a way. I think it does stimulate the hormones, women's hormones. It stimulated mine.
I know people today, women, that are still in love with Elvis. I mean, in love, that have dreams about him, that are consumed with him to this day. And Elvis has been gone all these years.
So, here's the number 1 you've been waiting for. The person you chose as sexiest sex symbol of them all.
Pure hot sex.
She's got blowjob lips.
I definitely kissed those lips. She once gave me a kiss and she sucked my earrings off.
Ay, qué fiebre, ay.
I don't think there's one person who would say no to Angelina in bed or just having a cup of coffee with her.
I'll just put it this way. I'm willing to cut off one of my testicles to talk to Angelina Jolie.
The interesting thing about Angelina Jolie is that she's the only woman that you'll ever get other women saying She's the only woman I go gay for, basically.
I met Angelina on the set of a movie. We shot a movie in '96 called Foxfire. She was a teenager, and I was a little older than her, and we automatically became great friends on the set, and that carried over. She's one of the most beautiful people I've ever met. That, coupled with her being an amazing woman inside, it's like, it's too much, you know?
She's a very kinky girl, the kind you don't take home to mother.
I think her best asset is that she's really a little bit messed up. Like, you know she's kooky. You know, the whole kissing her brother and the Billy Bob Thornton blood, you know, pendant. I mean, this all says she's a little bit messed up.
I'm not answering that.
That girl is pretty wild now. Girl's a super freak, the kind of girl you read about.
And being the sexpot she is, it's only natural that Angelina would choose film roles that exposed more than just her acting ability.
Some of the early roles for Angelina Jolie, we got a glimpse of what was to come. Gia was a role where she was this model who really lived life to the full, dangerously.
There's a scene where she strips off for a photo shoot. That is Angelina Jolie, kind of teen boys fantasy movie. There is no dramatic kind of point to that scene. Artistic merit, 0. Other merits, yeah, it has some.
But it wasn't until 2001 that Angelina became a worldwide sex symbol when she ran, leapt and fought her way into our fantasies as buxom adventurer Lara Croft.
Angelina Jolie was just born sexy. I mean, she cannot not be sexy. It's really hard because she just was blessed with this incredible figure and incredible face, and she knows how to use it.
You just would not want any man you know to be within 100 miles radius of her. You feel that her sexuality is that potent.
Angelina's had a history of getting involved with her co-stars. You know, there's Johnny Lee Miller, Billy Bob Thornton, Colin Farrell with Alexander, and now Brad Pitt.
Well, it's just been important to me to always go try new things.
Mr. and Mrs. Smith, the story of the two of them getting together is better than the story in the movie.
Bizarrely, Angelina has managed to break up Hollywood's perfect marriage, and yet with her UN work and her 2 adopted children, she seems to be even more liked than she was before she ruined their marriage.
She is without a doubt a person that we are going to be talking about for a very, very long time. I think she can hold a candle up to any little 20-year-old Barbie that's going to come along.
She'll be like Bette Davis, I'm sure, when she's acting in her 80s. Still sexy, I'm sure. I mean, I can't imagine Angelina ever never being sexy.
And number 25 on that list, a Mr. Tom Cruise puts up a fair fight tomorrow night. Mission Impossible 3 is at 9 over on Channel 4. Next up, she's not in the 100, but she sure should be. Jessica Alba stars next in Dark Angel.
Yo, yo. Come on. Yo, yo. Who's in? Come on.
Come on. Vauxhall Corsa with FlexFix Bike Rack. Discover Vauxhall.
16 minutes left,
Get 2 free cinema tickets when you collect 8 vouchers from promotional packs of Minstrels, M&M's, Maltesers, Rebels, and now Mars Planets.
At Tesco, we compare prices on the things our customers actually
actually buy. And on Monday, over 940,000 customers' baskets were cheaper at Tesco. And Asda? Well, you can judge for yourself. Real baskets at Tesco. Every little helps.
Forget fad diets. New fat-free vanilla and chocolate Muller Light. Eat happily ever after.
Cheeky, 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 cheeky! Oh, win cash for free. CheekyBingo.com. Play for free, win for real.
Whoa, what's up? Bad hair day?
No. Look, when I went to the loo, bowel stuff. It was hard and really uncomfortable again.
We all get that from time to time. You need
a new handbag.
Smarter than that, Dulco Ease.
Dulco Ease works within a couple of days, not to make you go, but to make it easier and more comfortable when you do go.
I used to have a big pain in my life.
Till she ditched him.
Dulco Ease, making it easier and more comfortable when you go to the loo. Pass it on.
Here.
Seeing things. What kinds of things?
You would have had a twin brother, but he died when you were both in the womb.
I'm being haunted by someone who was never even born. He wants to be born now.
The unborn.
It's Not Me, It's You is the brand new album from Lily Allen. Featuring the #1 single, The Fear. It's Not Me, It's You is the brilliant new album from Lily Allen. Out now.
Game on! This is the last time to get it right. This is the last chance to make it on night. We gotta show what we're all about.
High School Musical 3 Extended Edition on Disney Blu-ray and DVD at Amazon.co.uk.
Come on!
Corsa, now with no deposit and 0% finance. Offer ends 2nd of April.
Is your life going down the crapper? Are things too hard to face? Are you ugly, skint or partnerless? Well, E4 knows just the place.
Welcome to Envelope and pay for me for special happy price. With one of brand new skins, I'll slap that silly smile right on your face. Escape your crummy life by watching all new 90210.
Easy to the core.
And behold, brand new Yes, we're putting on a ruddy awesome show. What? Come to me! Brand new skins, 90210. My name is Earl, and all your usual E4 faves. This new year, say balls to misery. And yes, to E4's happy place! I'll have what he's having.
There's a new sex bomb in Skins, but Freddie is not happy about it. Brand new Skins Thursday night at 10. Now, one of Mac's siblings is abducted en route to a secret meeting with Zack. But who's to blame? It's Dark Angel now, here on E4.
No, hombre, Griffy lo que era un niñito mimado. Te digo que si no hubiera sido por el post, Griffy le rompa el récord. Bueno, ya, deja hablar mierda y anda a buscar la cana y atrás. Habla pues. Muévete. ¡Ey! ¿Se te olvidó cerrar esta noche, eh?
Morning, normal. I need to take a personal day next Friday.
You and who need to do what?
It is the 75th anniversary of the great Bob Marley's birth. And I'd like to attend the memorial concert they're having out there in Portland for him.
Yeah, well, I'd like to take up every June 12th, but I don't.
What's June 12th?
June 12th is the birthday of my personal hero and perhaps the nation's greatest visionary, George Herbert Walker Bush. Born 1924, what used to be called Milton, Massachusetts, before the Pulse. Sketchy, get your tail over here.
I'm gonna break.
Shut up. Put this on.
What is it?
It's the shape of things to come, my friend. This is the prototype for the new Jam Pony safety jerkin, which each of you will soon be required to wear at all times.
Jam Pony. Ride with pride.
Right. I designed it myself.
I can tell.
It will make our riders more visible to other vehicles and lend a more uniform appearance to the generally scruffy look of you bums.
Even though people are hungry out there, they will throw food at us if we wear something that's bogus.